In the city, I know that it's killer be killed, eat to be ate, snake to be snake. I walk out alone, but I'm clutching my jerk, cause I know they ain't right and I know that they fake. And I'm trying to tour, but I know that these niggas be snitching and pointing me out to the jakes. When I gun at a nigga on aim for his waist, I'ma make sure he hear me stand over his face. Now the Texas, they mad cause they don't got no case in his first 48 and they ain't got no lead. While me and Lil Bro, we back smoking on trees. When you break down the wood with that bitch, now I'm lean. When I'm smoking your partner, I turn to a fiend. I ain't throwing the doobie, I'm facing the weed. When I'm smoking your partner, I turn to a fiend. I ain't throwing the doobie, I'm facing the blunt. No cap, let hummus some rats. When it's time to go kill while black on the hunt. We do shit out movies, but this ain't a stunt. Wrong move, turn this bitch to a scene. I high off the shrooms and I mix it with beans. Wide awake, seeing shit from my dreams. Moving slow cause I'm full of the lean. Catch the boy lacking, turn here to some green. I'ma tell you the truth, I'm high as a bitch. I'm a lot to the judge cause I'm never asleep. I'm rapping and trapping till I'm old and rich. I'ma buy me some land and duck off with my bitch. Tryna sort out my price and get found in the ditch. With a face full of maggots, a hat full of mud. I don't care what you reppin', don't call me your blood. Put in work for the set, they gon' die by the cuz. Tryna get up your name, you gon' die by some bugs. I was just in the trenches, I know where I was. All it take is one Drake, man, them bitches went walk. I was down on my dick, I just still in our car. I pop a few bosses and send me to mall. When I woke up in jail, I had to take a little pause. You a change on your gang, I'll die for the cause. No cap, I'ma die for the cause.
That girl got a bad ass walk. I'm gonna walk there. Yeah. It's me. It's me.
They get back a motherfucker.
Yeah. Hey y'all. I apologize. Kulu was in here on time and shit. Before time and shit. Leash was in here on time and shit. Before time and shit. Our girl beautifully and perfect. Hello, melanated queen. If you still in here, my nigga sweet babe pussy smell like strawberries. Hey boo. Hey boo. Hey boo. Woo. 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 Everybody speak to each other. Uh-oh. I've been deep down in another rabbit hole, and baby, which one? Which rabbit hole? So yeah, y'all, if y'all listening and you can't type, it is a Sonya Quarter members only mother freaking live. Okay? It is only the members can type in the chat. Okay? Only the members. For the members and only the members. Yesterday we gave away 10 memberships. I've dropped the membership link down in the chat. If I can get my moderators to keep that in rotation, just in case the peekaboo people decide they want to invest and become one of us for a month. Okay, we want to offer them that opportunity. I'm also about to go ahead and pin the link to the panel. You are more than welcome to hit it. Come on up. Okay. Hey, shaker. As y'all can see, I do not have a goal up. I don't have none of that up, right? So it just is what it is. Listen, okay? Listen, Linda, listen. It's a lot. It's a lot. Because, of course, once Pacer said, hey, you could get in, I ain't stop at Ray. No, Lord, I ain't stop at Ray. I said, well, shit, what all can I see? What show? Let me look up everybody. Let me see what all I can see. And I tell you one thing that really stood out to me. Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show y'all something. Y'all got data centers in Alexandria. No, and it's not even supposed to come to Alexandria. It's just supposed to come to close to, it's in the area. It's somewhere around. But it ain't supposed to come here. Y'all. My Dallas people, who's Emmanuel Easter? Who was Emmanuel Easter? And why he so afraid? Emmanuel Easter say he was afraid. I'm just started off like that. Okay, I'm just started off like that. Who's this man and why he's so afraid? Now I know that he was caught up in that whole GRC indictment. I see his name on the other document. But who is he and why is he so afraid? He say, now look, I keep writing y'all. I'm telling y'all in Kaufman County, man, I'm begging to be transferred to a federal facility ASAP, please. He say, give me Seagoville, a limestone, so I can still be able to have contact with my people. But I got very serious safety concerns here, man. He said, then every time I tell a free man, they lock me up instead for 30 days and then put me right back. Said, man, I've been here 14 months, trouble free. But these people trying to set me up, man. Before things get worse, I'm begging you, please, baby, please. Move me. Move me. So I just thought that was interesting. And I had wanted to know if any of you people from Dallas had knew who he was. And is he safe? Today, is he safe? Because this was last year in July. But I guess y'all won't tell me. So, just want you to know that they moved him. They did move him, Petty Betty. I hope they did. I hope they did. Hey, boo, welcome home. I sure hope they did. Because when I stumbled across this, I was like, what in the entire fuck? You know what, Easter? Okay. Well, check with your people, man. See if they people good. Because this was alarming. I was like, whoa, hold up. Slow down, mama. So, what do y'all think about what we had started reading yesterday? Hmm? What do y'all think about what we had started reading yesterday? The transcript from uh what's his name? Ray Ray? What do y'all think about those transcripts that we started reading from Ray Ray yesterday? Because I tell you what, that was something. That was something, wasn't it? We're gonna get back into it, but I just wanna because this man Emmanuel Easter, y'all, he seemed like he was afraid for real. So this is in August of this year, November 13th. Motion to withdraw. This is the transcript of the proceedings for Mr. Emmanuel Easter. He has Catherine Reed and Udation Anton as attorneys. And I did not read over this. I didn't read over a lot of it. A lot of it I went and seen what it was, and I was like, okay, all right, let me just download it. Let me just download it. I think he's still there. Emmanuel Easter, I'm gonna check. I know some people that know some people. Already. And so the reason why I found the transcripts interesting is because it allows us to be present in those courtrooms, right? And it allows us to see things through text that we otherwise would not have seen. And I'm just going to speak for myself. How about that? How about I just speak for myself? Because I don't know how long some of you have been here. I don't know who some of you are related to, what you know, what you don't know. So I just want to be clear that the things that I'm presenting uh, to you as I find it, and it's what I find interesting. And so, any questions that I have about the things that I thought were interesting, I'll ask you all, gauge whether or not you're telling me the truth, and then, throw it to the wayside or not. So, this hearing was scheduled because Mr. Easter wanted a new attorney. So, it looks like he had a paid attorney, and he wants the court to appoint him one. And so they're having the hearing because the court will not and cannot release Mr. Reed from the case unless he establishes good cause. So he wants the attorney, Mr. Reed, off of his case. And so Mr. Reed thinks that getting into this matter will get into attorney-client communication. And I'm happy to ask him a couple of questions, but I think that the letter was maybe a little premature. My client and I are fine working together. And I'm happy to have him go on the record in any way, make sure the court understands this issue is settled. Okay, so you no longer wish to pursue your letter seeking new counsel in this matter? The defendant, no ma'am. Okay, so Mr. Who was he in there afraid of? He wasn't in there for killing Mo 3, right? He was in there for, I think, drug possession, is what all of them were charged with. So why was he so afraid in Kaufman County? Where is Kaufman County? What town is that in? And then he has a paid lawyer, and he wanted to get rid of him. He wrote a letter to the judge saying, I don't want him. Just like he wrote a letter to the judge saying, I ain't safe here. And Mr. Reed, like, yeah, we good. If we talk about this in court, it's gonna get into attorney-client conversations. But not if I ask him some questions on the record in front of everybody, and if he want to go on record saying why he don't want me in front of everybody, then cool. But I think we good. We good? Mr. Easter like, yeah, we good. Sound like Mr. Easter was not happy with something that was the fuck going on. And whoever paid for his attorney, this is just what my company just feels have me to believe. Whoever paid for his attorney, he ain't want them. Okay, so that's just Mr. Easter. We ain't gonna go too far off of in it. I'm gonna scroll down to see if they, say anything else. Yeah, that's it. That's it for that. So we just gonna go through um let's see what this is. We're just gonna go through real quick the things that I have. We were set for a preliminary hearing and a hearing on the government's motion for detention, but I understand Mr. Easter has reconsidered his hearing. Attorney Reed says, yes, Your Honor, we've executed waivers for detention and probable cause for the time being in this case. Okay, Mr. Easter, is that your signature? Yeah. And did you sign after you visited with your attorney about your rights? Yes. Find that your waiver of the preliminary hearing is knowing and voluntary, and based on that, I find probable cause to hold you on the complaint. And with respect to the issue of detention, I find your waiver of voluntary. Okay. Yes, he's on the GRC paperwork. And I'm going to show you that as well. And so what I found with most of them is that they waive their rights. A lot of them waive their rights to preliminary hearings. A lot of them waive their rights for a lot of stuff. Like it was a very streamlined process. And so on this superseded indictment, it is for Jerry Lynn Johnson, aka Maserati, aka Pops, Cedric Bradley, aka Longway, Jazz, them your people, Wesley Washington, aka Gut, Emmanuel Easter, aka Shaq. So, Petty Betty, ask your people, do they know Shaq? Theodore Thomas, aka Bodega, Jaquel Buford, aka Pop. The grand jury charges. Count one, conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute a controlled dangerous substance. A controlled substance. I put dangerous in there all on my own. Beginning in or about. What make you say, Trip Hill? Beginning in or about April 2022, the exact date being unknown, and continuing through on or about May 11th, 2023, in the Dallas Division of the Northern District of Texas, those defendants did knowingly, intentionally, and unlawfully combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other and others, both known and unknown, to this grand jury to commit certain offenses against the United States. To wit, to possess with intent to distribute a mixture or substance containing a detectable amount of cocaine, its salts, optical and geometric isomers, and salts of isomers, a Schedule II controlled substance, and in violation of 21. So that takes me back to Ray Ray, right? That takes me back to Ray Ray when I was saying that drug dealer one, person one was Jerry. Because they specifically said that this person was the head of a drug dealing organization. Right? And so for them to subsequently come afterwards and it not be trap and cool money, you see what I'm saying? Like, so I'm really struggling with y'all saying it's trap and not Jerry, because like that's just not where things are pointing to. And so then my question when we come down to count two with Cedric Bradley, is that the said that they accused Ashley of? So on or about May 11th, 2022, Cedric Bradley did knowingly and intentionally possess with the intent to distribute a mixture or substance containing a detectable amount of cocaine, its salts. So he had the same shit. Here's Wesley. Same shit. So let me guess that this is probably just gonna look, Poe Emmanuel. Look at it, man. Y'all feel starved for him, but you know. Okay, wait. Okay, so Emmanuel had a gun too. South of Iceland, them niggas had the exotic hard drugs. Yeah, I was like, ew, ew, ew. So Emmanuel had a gun. He had a gun with his salts and cocaine and isomers. But he is scared. He always packing a gun, but he's scared. The issue is that it was never proven that Jerry was the boss man. I get it. I get that part, right? Because that I don't know that to be so. I don't even know. I don't know none of them people. I just feel like whoever it was the head of GRC, not the head of CME. That's all I'm saying. Like, okay, if it ain't Jerry, cool, but it can't be Trap. If it was Trap, then we would see CME members, right? So I could take Jerry off of the table as being that person. I'm just saying I also have to take Trap out and solve for why. Why would be whoever is the head of GRC. And I think that Dallas is gonna, hold y'all nuts on it. I ain't mad at y'all. Big Dallas business. Scientific thugs. Yeah, they really good students. So he also had possession with the intent to distribute cocaine, marijuana, and methamphetamine. Did he have the real meth or did he have Adderall? What's up, baby? What's up? Your headphones? Oh, your head? Okay. Okay. So here, using or maintaining a drug involved premise. So it says that Jerry instead aiding and abetting others known and unknown to the grand jury. Did knowingly use and maintain a place or places located at 2932 East Illinois Avenue. Okay, Cooley. What was that address we saw on that paperwork? Yellow was looking for some addresses, right? Yellow had a list of addresses, Cooley. Do you remember that? You know what? I'm gonna be if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna fucking do it, okay? I wasn't prepared to do it, but I should have known. So let me just grab a pen and a piece of paper so that I can jot this down. And then we'll circle back to it later when we go over Mo 3 case paperwork. I'll go find that document. I'm not gonna ask anyone to recollect from memory uh, what that address was. Now look at him. The guy got my ink pens and moved way over yonder. Hold on. Let me grab. That's okay, Cooley. Hell, I don't remember. And I'm the one showing. But with all the stuff that Yellow and his defense team be asking for, I just, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna jot this down. I'm gonna jot this down. The address on Illinois is 2932. So they saying that Jerry and Sid had a trap house at 2932 East Illinois Avenue in Dallas. Okay, so we're just gonna jot that down. We're just gonna pencil that in, okay? For later. Okay, and they did it so they can manufacture, distribute, and use controlled stuff, namely cocaine and marijuana. So Jerry instead be getting their nose dirty. Sound like that's what the government said for me. Okay, so then you got Jerry again, aiding the bed. Damn, hold on. Jerry got another address. And he ain't just do coke and shit there. He did the methamphetamines and everything. All right, so they say Jerry 3432 Sunnyvale Street in Dallas. I fuck with a few tracks on them. Mm-hmm. Side note, Trap New album is jamming a little bit. Okay. And that's what Jerry Lynn kept the meth fed. Coke, marijuana, and meth. Furtherance of drug trafficking. So Jerry had a gun on Sunnyvale. Okay. Damn. Damn. So they had a bunch of houses. So here's Jerry instead again with another address, with another trap house. They had 2616 Mojave Drive. Okay, that's Lord, they had Mojo over there. Okay. Uh they manufacture, distribute, and use cocaine, marijuana, and synthetic cannabis. There's some gems in there. We'll let somebody else get that then. Trill. Because listen, it's enough documents in here to last us till trial. No bullshit. You heard me? It's enough documents involved in this shit to last us till trial. So Bodega fucked around and had a 9 mil at the East Illinois Avenue address. Okay. So he also had, they got him with possession. He was in there. So that's why his name was on here. God damn. Okay, so they say Stead had one by himself too. 2842 Harlandale Avenue. Y'all, if any of these addresses is what Beasley, lawyer, said he wanted to have brought in as evidence, I'm just gonna laugh, okay? So, oh damn, he had a bunch. Said had a lot of guns on Harlandale, an FNH 9 mil. He had a mini Draco and a Glock 45 cal. Okay, he said don't play with him. And Jaquel Buford, I don't know these people. That looking at this is the first time I ever even saw um their name. So he had intent to distribute a mixture of substance containing a detectable amount of cocaine, its salts, optical and geometric isomers, and salts of isomers. So he was mixing this shit up. 2932 Illinois look like a vacant warehouse. Oh, them boys had warehouses. I'm talking about trap houses. Shit. Okay. Well, that's why it's federal, right? That's why it's federal and not the state boys or the county. Jaquil also had him a Ruger. Boy, had a Ruger. Okay, this they forfeiture notice. So they said all property, real or personal, constituting or deprived from the proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of the respective offense, and any property, real or personal, used or intended to be used in any manner or part. So that's all they guns. They got shotguns and all that. That's all they shit. Had a masterpiece on. Baby, they had machine gun conversion kits. Say they searched Marcy Lane, a Beretta from Marcy Lane in Waxahachie, Texas. Damn, now who live in Waxahachie? What the fuck was they doing all in Waxahachie? They got some shit out of Waxahachie too. Yeah, they had got some shit, man. So this is just all the shit they had got from them. They had silencers. I mean, just regular shit though, right? If you in the life. If you in the life, American Tactical Imports, no serial numbers on them, and they returned a true bill. So that's what that is, right? That's the grand jury indictment and true bill for the people named on the screen. Yeah. So what do y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Let's see what else we got. We just gonna knock them out as we finish them. So this was for Jerry. This was in August of this year as well. And this is his factual resume. So he pled guilty to count 1 and count 12. He had Tim Minshew as his attorney. The government stipulates and agrees to the following elements of the offense. To prove the offense alleged in count 1 of the second superseding indictment, charging a violation of USC 846, that is, conspiracy to possess with the intent to distribute a controlled substance. The government must prove each of the following elements. So they list the elements. The elements of possession, to prove offense alleged in count 12 of the superseding indictment, possession of an unregistered machine gun, and aiding and abetting. The government must prove each of the following. Okay. So they have 5 things that they have to prove. The aiding and abetting element, they have 4. Stipulated facts. Beginning in April 2022 through May 2023, he did knowingly and intentionally and unlawfully combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with others, both known and unknown. Okay, we already read that part. Additionally, Jerry and Sid aiding and abetting each other, and they hit them with that. In 2020, law enforcement agents, this is the investigation overview. So I think this is going to be the meat and potatoes. So in 2020, same time they started, they really had bricks in the float. Yeah, they really had bricks in the float. True. In 2020, around that's when Ray investigation happened too, right? Law enforcement agents with DPD and the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms (ATF) initiated a joint investigation into a criminal organization known as the Get Rich Cartel, or GRC. So here again, this goes with what we saw on Ray shit. They initiated an investigation into this drug trafficking organization. So can we just unanimously agree now that GRC was in fact the what they call it, drug trafficking organization that was talked about in Ray Ray's paperwork. Can we agree on it? Can we finalize that they were in fact talking about GRC? Is everybody on the same page with that? Okay. What else? Law enforcement identified numerous GRC members, such as co-defendants Jerry Lynn Johnson, Cedric Badley, as well as several individuals associated with them through drug trafficking or other criminal activity. So, what if said is the snitch? What if that B was Cedric Bradley, right? Because the B is what had me like, I don't know, maybe it could be trap. But what if that B was Cedric Bradley, right? Because just from this, it seems as if they're singling out Jerry and said, and then they say other individuals associated with them. So it's like they're giving them, you know, an uptick on it. But anyway, they said as well as several individuals associated with them through drug trafficking or other criminal activity, but not official GRC members. Yeah. So they had numerous residences and businesses utilized by Johnson and Bradley to distribute narcotics, and established that other co-defendants and co-conspirators associated with them would work at the location selling illegal narcotics, including cocaine. The defendant admits and agrees that the following facts learned by federal agents and local law enforcement through wire interceptions, recorded jail calls, surveillance, and other investigative techniques are true and correct. So I think this is why everybody was waiving their preliminary. They didn't want the facts of the case spoke on record, right? They wanted to just keep all that shit behind the scenes. Could you imagine what these transcripts would look like if they had actually given all of that? So here we go, right? Now, this is Jerry's. This is not everybody's paperwork. This is simply Jerry's. So, relevant facts. So, these are to the drug sales at the East Illinois warehouse. April 2022, DPD detectives were working in an undercover capacity, conducting a narcotics investigation at the Illinois Avenue. Okay, so that was also known as the Rich Tobacco Smoke Shop, Rich Tobacco or Top Choice Tobacco Shop. That's what their warehouse used to be. This drug distribution location, disguised as a storefront, was operated by the defendant and Bradley. Now, for some reason, they have the defendant and scratched one line through. I don't know what that means. Okay, I don't know. Maybe are they saying it was just operated by Bradley? I don't know. After several purchases of marijuana and crack cocaine, DPD executed an evidentiary search warrant at the shop May 2022. The defendant, along with co-defendants Bradley, so again, y'all, we're talking about Jerry, Theodore Thomas, and Jaquel Buford, was found inside the shop. They seized United States currency, marijuana, distribution quantities of cocaine, suspected, baby, they had their K2, a digital video recording system, and one firearm found in Bodega's backpack. All right, let's see. They sent it off. The substance also contained fentanyl. Agents identified through the recording system Bradley, Thomas, Buford, and others working shifts and engaging in hand-to-hand transactions. Okay. Bradley was seen with keys opening and closing the shop. So further investigation showed that Jerry and Said had business banking accounts linked to the shop and leased the premises as far back as April 2016. Dallas County assumed name records were also found establishing joint ownership of Rich Tobacco and More by the defendant and Bradley, dated back to 2016. Okay, for example, on May 11th, 2023, an undercover purchased cocaine at the shop from co-defendant Wesley Washington. Washington confirmed to the undercover they sold both powder and crack at the location, but were out of powder that day. So this is to the Sunnyvale Street. The defendant, Jerry, was the owner of Tremendous Cuts and Styles, a barbershop located at 3432 Sunnyvale Street, the Sunnyvale shop. Surveillance revealed this shop was a known hangout location for GRC members and other drug traffickers in the Dallas area. In March of 2020, on March 15, 2023, law enforcement began intercepting calls from the defendant about setting up narc deals at the shop. The criminal activity was corroborated through reports from multiple law enforcement agencies, surveillance, and undercover purchases. For example, on two dates in April 2023, an undercover purchased methamphetamine pills inside the shop from co-defendant Fred Harris. So did they have them jiggers? Yeah, they sold to the. But remember, we seen that. We saw that in Ray Ray paperwork. Remember, that's how they got Ray Ray, because somebody thought they said the head of the organization sold the undercover some drugs, and that's how they ended up getting to Ray Ray. That's what they said. Ugh. On April 19th, 2023, undercover met with Harris at the Sunnyvale shop. Jerry, Bodega, and others were observed at the shop bagging up weed for sale. April 20th, the undercover returned and purchased methamphetamine from Harris. On this occasion, Harris took keys from his pocket and opened the front of a Pepsi vending machine. The undercover observed numerous bags containing unknown substance believed to be narcotics inside of the vending machine. Now think about how many vending machines we go to that you put your money in there, them bitches don't work. You think there's one like that? That's pretty neat, huh? April 27, 2023, the undercover went to the Sunnyvale shop where Jerry Johnson directed the undercover to the defendant. Harris again used his keys to open up the Pepsi vending machine and retrieve the bag with methamphetamine. Intercepted wire calls confirmed that the defendant knew of and participated in drug sales at the shop. In May, ATF and other law enforcement agencies executed a search warrant. They hit the fucking shop. Yeah, that's a really good place. Like that was really fucking smart. The thing is, maybe you shouldn't do it in front of the knock. Like maybe you shouldn't go to the secret spot in front of a knock, and the knock ain't from your neighborhood. You don't know this person, right? You don't know this person. I thank God that I got out free and clear from my other lifetime. Thank you, Father God Jesus, for discernment and fucking common sense. Some people could be so smart they don't. You went through all the trouble of. I ain't gonna do that. Fuck that. Yes, I am. You went through all the trouble of making sure you had this fucking bright idea, which I'm not being funny. It really is a fucking bright idea. But you went through that and accomplished that. That's cool as fuck. But then you showed your hand to to the not to the cusp. What are we doing? What the fuck? And it kept the dope Chris cool. You some niggas get money and get sloppy, man. Come on, man. That's crazy. All right, the wire interceptions. Okay. March 2023, an order was entered authorizing the interception of wire communications on Jerry's cell phone. They're going to call it Target Telephone 1. Some of those interceptions confirm facts agreed to herein and described more fully above. They expired April 2023. Law enforcement intercepted dozens of calls between Jerry and Bradley discussing mutual bank accounts, drug distribution locations, and brokered narcotics transactions. The defendant admits they worked together to manage trap houses and distribute illegal narcotics, including cocaine. However, interceptions reveal that they sometimes had different sources of supply. They done revealed the plug. On numerous occasions, the defendant reached out to said to obtain distribution quantities of cocaine. It revealed that they used multiple locations in South Dallas over the phone, baby. In 2023. In 2023, that's what they did. At least the boys in Atlanta knew that you had to get on FaceTime. Shit. Yeah, so they used multiple locations to conduct drug transactions or store drugs for sale. Damn, here go a whole nother address. One such residence was 4507 Colonial Avenue. The Colonial residence. The defendant was overheard on calls directed individuals to the Colonial residence, referring to it as his spot. Throughout the month of April, not the suburbs of South Dallas. Okay, that's where it was. Agents frequently observed Jerry at the residence, entering through the cage front porch. They say cage. Do they mean fence screened in? They say cage. It was also observed that other people worked at the residence. On April 12, 2023, law enforcement purchased cocaine from the Colonial residence, where customers were allowed to enter the rear door by walking through the backyard. Jerry posted a video of himself in the backyard of the residence on about April 13, 2023. On April 16, 2023, he posted another video of himself at the front of the residence with a frequent customer of the Sunnyvale shop in the defendant's maroon Corvette. Surveillance showed them enter the residence and, after leaving, travel to another distribution location at the Harlandale Avenue residence. On April 29th, agents intercepted a call between Said and Jerry. Jerry told Said that he was going to the South to pick up money and to cut his stuff up. He was going to cut with the work. Jerry admitted that he was referring to cutting cocaine for sale. Agents knew the Colonial residence was in the South, and a short time later observed the defendant parked in front of the residence along with other co-conspirators' vehicles. They all entered the residence. Prior to leaving, Jerry called Said and discussed bringing little bottles from the residence to meet with Said later. The bottles were believed to be associated with Jerry and Said's jointly controlled residence located at the Mojave residence. Taps revealed that Jerry and Said used the Mojave residence as a drug storing and manufacturing location, so they wouldn't take licks there. A bunch of taps between the two discussed cocaine, specifically referring to it as South. At this point, y'all might as well say coke. Okay, you might. What the fuck difference does it make? I don't even understand what the purpose of saying South is. Just say coke, the cocaine. Just speak clearly for the officers listening to you on the other end of the motherfucking phone. And see, this is the part. This is what you call snitching. When you get caught red-handed and you take a plea to bring somebody else down because you were sloppy, that's snitching. Me, a civilian, reviewing public documents that I didn't hack nobody, that's not snitching. If I walk outside right now and I see somebody shoot somebody in the fucking head and I scream call 911 and say they just drove that way, that's not snitching. Hey, Auntie P. What you doing, girl? Girl, these people are messed, girl. They was just telling on themselves. For example, March 15th, 2023, agents overheard Jerry asking said to bring him his other 2 zips of salt. Said confirmed he had a whole one on my hobby. On March 17th, 2023, the defendant was intercepted speaking with Bodega. No, you haven't missed a lot. Other than Emmanuel Easter was in Kaufman County. And he said, Judge, please, baby, please, baby. You gotta move me. I am listen, my safety. And then he wrote the judge and said, look, man, I don't want Reed as my lawyer. Reed came in the courthouse to say, Judge, I think he just did that. You know, we didn't talk since then, Judge. Now I could ask him some questions if he would like to go on record to say what his issue is. But I think Mr. Easter cool now. Judge say, Mr. Easter, you cool? He say, yeah, man, I'm good. The lawyer, whoever this Reed lawyer is, baby, that's how you miss. And we was just going over the grand jury indictment in Truebill. So I just pulled up a lot of documents and we just gonna fan through them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking addresses that I put down fee. So I'm gonna go later and check with them addresses Yellow Bees the lawyer had asked about and see if any of them coincide. So yeah, March 2023, agents saw Jerry and said unload approximately 6 gallons of acetone, several cardboard boxes into the residence. Is they making wet? Oh, the defendant, Jerry, admitted that acetone is a common chemical used in the manufacturing of K2. Agents intercepted and observed several customers that day receive medium-sized white trash bags from the defendant that were stored in the residence. Baby, they had the K2 going out in trash bags. The defendant admitted that those bags contained the K2 and that he knows some of the product was distributed to customers outside of Dallas. Okay, so the next thing they got is wiretaps between Jerry and said about cameras. Niggas was still getting off K2. Yes. What's up, baby?
Calcium. Eggshells.
Yeah.
On there, one egg this morning. I cleaned all the stuff out there. I'm gonna make some shells. I'm gonna put shells and sit on.
Okay.
And all that stuff at the bottom. I'm gonna go in and put nothing in them. I'm gonna take that thing and break it so they can bath. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How to do the bath.
Okay.
I'm gonna run feed the seed or what I get the egg.
Oyster shells. Tell them you need some oyster shells.
They sell it in 50-pound bag?
No, they don't need 50 pounds. It's just a small bag. They don't need much of it. Once they get it in their system, they good. It'll last them to the next season.
And we'll go ahead and get some over the water trough thing.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna get the different ones this time where they hit it.
Okay.
So that's gonna be a focus right here.
Okay.
Take the other stuff to the field.
All right. Love you. I said I love you.
I love you too.
That's mama. Tell her I'm on here. Oh, she'll call your phone. Look, she can call your phone. All right. All right. I'll text her. I got it. My bad. I'm back. So on May 11th, 2023, they got authorization to reinitiate the taps on Target Phone 1 for Jerry and what they call Target Phone 5 by Set for Said. They immediately began intercepting calls between Said and Jerry related to their discovery of pole cameras placed at several jointly managed drug distribution locations. Said informed Jerry that he spotted a few law enforcement cameras outside, all right, baby, of the Harlandale residence the day prior and confirmed he'd drive around the other traps to see if there were more. On a later call, Jerry told Said that he noticed the camera on the 3030 Britton residence. I ain't had that one read. God damn, there go another one. Hey, them boys was not playing. They wasn't playing. 3030 Britton. Okay. He said it's like they got them all by the spots. And they talked about how the cameras weren't other places in that Oak Cliff neighborhood, but that they are pointed at the front doors, porches. Listen. Listen. Okay, so picture this trio. They was trying to buy the whole block. But check this out, Petty. Petty, if me and you is Said and Jerry, and I noticed that, damn, man, we done got too sloppy, bro. I'm looking around, I'm riding around, say, Betty, and I'm noticing that the only place they done put up these motherfucking cameras is by our motherfucking spot. Say, man, that's not a conversation I'm gonna have with you over the phone because obviously they watching us, right? Obviously. Fuck obvious, okay? No, fuck obvious. Obviously, they is watching us. Now I had another parent of a youngster who used to run with my boy once they was out there in their world. Me and his mama, God bless the dead. We never, hey, if it was something we needed to talk about, something the motherfuckers was doing, she gonna hit me like FaceTime me. Where you at? Pull up. That's how we hitting each other up. Okay? We definitely not finna get on a motherfucking phone call and incriminate our son. We gonna correct them however we see fit, but we not gonna like what the fuck? I don't understand it. And I'm square. I'm somebody's grandmother. I'm Abuelita. And this to me is sloppy. I would have never. That's the residence where they found Devin at on Britton. Let me start it. Devin got arrested from here. So, Trill, as far as them being able to tap FaceTime, I wholeheartedly, the way I know technology, believe that they absolutely can. Now, do I think that they are ready to tell the public? No, they're not, because as it stands, allegedly, they cannot tap FaceTime. They can only see that a FaceTime is occurring, but they are unable to tell what's like they're not bringing that forward yet. They're not saying that they have that ability yet. Proof of that was seen in the young girl trial out there in Atlanta. Young Thug. What's a young girl, young Thug, same person. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So if you go back and just look at that some of that trial, um, that was the point that the prosecution made about some of the phone calls. Was they were not able to tell what was talked about um, during the FaceTime call, specifically around a murder that had happened, and some people that they thought to believe to have been involved said that they was like FaceTime, you know. All right. Yeah, but they say that they wasn't in other places in Oak Cliff, but they was pointed at the fucking porches and doors of their spots. Jerry told said that he was gonna go by the Mojave and see if it was cameras there. Later, Jerry told said, we're gonna have to change some shit up. This over the phone too. This over the phone too. And confirmed there was a camera pointed toward Mojave, front door, and backyard. Said commented, prior to trying to get a Rico on us. You fucking think? Drugs, violence, all that shit, bro. Why you ain't hang up in his face, said? Why you ain't hang up in his face? Madam, oh, green eggs and ham. They don't believe they're clones out here. Come on, man. Man, now, oh my God. Jerry said he was going to ride around the South and see where they had other cameras at. In another conversation after that, Jerry told said it was a camera in the South. And they talked about how they believe the cameras had been up for about a month. During the same call, said was simultaneously selling cocaine to an unknown male asking if he wanted 300 South. The defendant, Jerry, joined that later contributed to that conversation. He also confirmed that the camera at his shop, Brett said, replied, that shit crazy. They found something out. Jerry responded, yeah. Later, said told Jerry it's probably time to switch shit up around this hoe. And Jerry agreed and guess that's why his phone been tripping. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that was crazy fucking work. Okay, so this is just talking about them. They found powdered fentanyl, K2, ooh, said all Jerry wasn't there when they did it. But Jerry said he admits that this factual basis and other evidence in this investigation shows that he maintained control and jointly with said. So he took ownership. Okay. Jerry admits that he was aware each firearm was equipped with a Glock conversion device. Ain't that a switch? Is that what they refer to as a switch? That each firearm was or could readily have been put in operating condition, and that he knew the characteristics of the firearm caused them to be machine guns. Jerry admits that none of these firearms were registered to him or said in the National Firearms Registration and Transfer Record. So this is the criminal forfeiture agreement and acknowledgement. So this is him just saying that he agreed to forfeit all of what we already went through in the previous document. All of that. All of that. Shit. Okay, hold on. We got some jewelry. So they had diamond rings, personalized two-sided diamond pendant. They had their Cuban links. They had their nugget rings. They had a memorial style pendant with wings and diamonds. They had one with wrist and piece. They had Cuban link bracelets. Okay. So yeah, he said he got him. He agreed that he got him through drug trafficking. So he agreed that he committed all the essential elements of the offenses and of the second superseding indictment. This factual resume is not intended to be a complete accounting of all the facts and events related to the offense charged in this case. The limited purpose of this statement of facts is to demonstrate that the factual basis exists to support the defendant's guilty plea on counts 1 and 12 of the second superseding indictment. So he did that, agreed to and stipulated on this 20th day of August 2025. So that is this year. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got next. What you say? They definitely should both be under jail for guns and drugs. All them guns and fent. Maybe Texas ain't like Louisiana because Louisiana ain't fucking with that fent. That fent have you all fucked up. Okay, so this is a few more names on this indictment. So it says it supersedes the indictment filed on June 6th and July 5th of 2023. I wish I could see what they do. So this is in August of 2023. And so this one is for Maserati or Pops, Jazz Longway People said, Wesley Washington, aka Gut. This is for Shaq, Bodega, Jaquel Buford, aka Pop, Quentin Demuse, aka Chunky, Aaron Demuse. I think I just seen that motherfucking name. Okay, whatever. Douglas Morgan, aka Doug, Lit Doug, Derek Hunter, aka De Niro, okay, aka D Money, and Fred Harris, Freddie P. So we know that Freddie P was the one who went got the shit out the Pepsi vendor vendor machine. Okay, so that's it. Let's see, is this anything different? I don't think this is something different. I don't know. Oh, okay, it just adds the other people on here. Let me make sure that's it. I'm gonna go through it fast and make sure that that's the only difference. I think that's the only difference, y'all. I think that's the only difference. Yeah, that's it. That's it for this. That's the true bill indictment for all of them from the grand jury. What the fuck is this? What the freak is that? Okay, so this for Emmanuel. This for Shaq. Oh, this is Shaq's sentencing hearing, y'all. Okay, let's see. So let's see who this Reed person is. Let me go back up. Who is this Reed person, baby? Because Shaq ain't want this. Okay, so that's Catherine L. Reed was the lawyer. Definitely not like Cali. They don't play about the bitches. Baby, I ain't know they played about it nowhere, okay? But apparently in Dallas, you can have all this shit and be cool. So yeah, Catherine Reed was the lawyer that I think was forced on Shaq, baby. Let's see. So the court is asking to confirm for the record the purpose that you've had an opportunity, the purposes that you've had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence report. My bad, y'all, and any addenda, and have gone over those with your client. Reed say, yeah. The judge said, I believe it was on Friday. The government filed for some extra stuff. I'm glad the people leaving. Bye. Later. Fucking holler. That's actually what I took a moment to let him know about because I had not been able to go over there with him. I reviewed it. We have discussed it, what it anticipated, and I assure you, my client has no issue with the things filed by the government Friday. Baby, they don't be wanting to speak what the fuck it is on record. They just say, all right, then I'm ready to listen to whatever you want to tell me. Attorney Reed says, Your Honor, I'll just briefly go over. I did file objections in this case, kind of a traditional crack cocaine objection. I know the court has its feelings on that, but I did just want to include that for record purposes. I do think that one day in the future we're going to see a 1-to-1 or something less than 18-to-1. So that was worth noting. I re-urged that in my variance as a good basis for trying to reduce that base offense level a little bit. And so we would just argue that given the facts of this case, the magnitude of this case, the magnitude of the involvement of other defendants, my client's minor role, that the court considers varying downward. Okay, that's what we talked about yesterday, varying downward, based on some of those arguments on the base offense level. But just to anticipate, even if the court doesn't sustain our objections or sustain my motion for downward variance, I believe that what the government filed on Friday summarizes the reason for Mr. Easter receiving a downward variance very well. And so for any of those reasons, we would just argue or ask that the court do grant the government's motion and reduce his sentence down to a level 8, which would calculate out, I believe, to a 15 to 21 month sentence. So he would get less than 2 years. The judge says, all right. And does your client want to say anything? Attorney Reed said, he just has brief words for you, Your Honor. So Shaq get up there and Shaq say, yes, sir. I want to apologize to the court. And I also want to say you ain't never got to worry about me coming back to this bitch. You will never see me no more. That's what he said. That's what he said. Judge says, all right, thank you, sir. What says the government? Your Honor, the government says, I do apologize for the tardiness of these motions. It was something I had communicated with defense counsel on, and it just had not gotten done. So there's no excuse for that. But I do appreciate you accepting those. And we would, for all of the reasons stated in the motions, agree that the guideline range should be between 15 to 21 months. Judge says, if I could ask, I'm not sure this is the biggest departure motion I've seen, but it's the biggest one I can remember. So I noticed that, right, out of this, right, the judges are behooved at the sentencing agreements made by the prosecution and the government and the defense. 2 levels, the government says. The judge says 2 levels. The government says, I believe where the most significant departure happens, Yana, is in taking care of the disparity, the 1-to-1 ratio. And I believe that's what takes us down so very much. Judge says, I'm looking at the PSR, which says 19. Okay? So he didn't go down 2 levels. He going half. They chopped it in half and we going down to it. Right? Okay, I think. Something like that. A little over half. So Attorney Reed says, I think there was some consideration of what I had argued, Judge, as far as the variance, which would get us down to a 12. So I think that's maybe where the government's starting point or thoughts were. Government says, I did, Your Honor. I dropped a footnote that said if we were asking for 2 levels, and it said that would be the resulting offense level, total offense level, if the court were to grant or sustain the objection to the cocaine and crack disparity. Judge says, and what if I overrule it? Government says, then it's just simply 2 levels off of what 19 would be. So it would be 30 to 37 months. Judge says, okay. Attorney Reed says, and I apologize. That's what I tried to include in the variance as well, because I thought the court may consider overruling the objection, but may consider it in conjunction with some of the other arguments for a variance, Your Honor. Of course, it's okay. Government says, and just to add one more thing, Your Honor, Just so you are aware, I know I put it in my response to Ms. Reed's objections, but I am guided by the department based on that 2021 memo that I should agree to the equalization of crack cocaine and powder cocaine, understanding that it is at the court's discretion. I agree with that, right? They should weigh them the same. The judge says, okay, 17 and 5 is 46 to 47 months, right? Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I was looking at the category for some reason. The judge says, all right. I am adopting the factual contents of the pre-sentence report and the addenda as my factual determination in connection with the sentences. The guideline, the calculation here yields offense level 19. Criminal history, category 5, for the sentencing range of 57 to 71 months. That's a huge difference. If he went in there thinking that he was just going to get less than 2 years, and now they talking about 57 to 71 months, I know he like, what the what the fuck? Just says I'm pretty conflicted on the cocaine base versus cocaine powder disparity. I feel like given that Congress has acted on that and adopted the 18-1 differential, that I am bound by that. If I were a king, I wouldn't, but I'm not supposed to be a king. I'm supposed to follow the guidance of Congress, which in our system has the role of making those judgments. So I'm respectfully and somewhat reluctantly overruling the motion for departure or variance regarding the crack powder disparity. Okay, so y'all need to write y'all congressman. I do too, right? Because they do need to weigh crack and cocaine the fucking same. What are we talking about? It's the fucking same. Anyway, I'm gonna grant the government's motion as requested, which puts us at a 17 and 5 for sentencing range of 46 to 57 months. I'm gonna sentence at the bottom end of the range, which is what I typically do when there's a 5K motion, and I think it's appropriate here. Therefore, I'm going to sentence the defendant to 46 months in the custody of the Bureau of Prisons. I'm not going to order any fine due to inability to pay. I will impose the mandatory special assessment in the amount of $100. I'm also going to place the defendant on supervised release for a term of 3 years, subject to the conditions in miscellaneous Order 64 and Part G of the pre-sentence report. I'm required to advise the defendant regarding of his rights to appeal. Okay, so that's that. Having advised the defendant regarding his rights to appeal, is there anything else from the defense? The attorney says no. Court, anything else from the government? Government says no, Your Honor. The court, then the defendant is remanded into custody. Counsel may be excused. Okay. Wait, the courtroom deputy says they have counts to dismiss. The government says, oh, Your Honor, we would ask to dismiss the remaining counts as to the defendant in this motion. Court says, all right, the remaining counts are dismissed to the defendant, and I'm going to grant the government's unopposed motion for leave to file out of time. Thanks, Your Honor. All right. Then they will stand in recess until the jury panel is up. Okay. So that's that. So that's what he got. We know Shaq got 46 months, right? 46 months in federal prison, $100 fine, and 3 years of supervised parole when he get out. What is this? Damn, this for Shaq too. When was this? Okay, that was after that, y'all. So we ain't gonna do that. We ain't even gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that because that was after that. So it's null and void. Let's see what else we got. What is this? All right. This is on Maserati, Long Way Good, Shat Bodega, and Pop. Notice of addition of counsel. I look at these because I know I've heard rumors about lawyers being shared, being sent to people. So that's why I downloaded the notice of counsel so I could see who's counselors and who's lawyers and so forth. Because even down to the estate of Melvin Noble Jr., they were talking about a lawyer that was crooked. There used to be a lawyer for the other side, and all this hoopla, hoopla, hoopla. And so, I just like to weed out the noise, right? I want to know what to listen to when I hear it, who's actually being forthcoming, and who's here to paint a narrative. I don't want to listen to the narrative painters. You know, I actually want to be able to identify them. So that's the point in all of this, you guys. Because honestly, it has nothing to do with Mosley's murder, right? None of this is talking about the murder of Melvin Mosley. But for me, it speaks to a broader picture, right? And it makes things a little clearer for me. For me. So if you enjoy how I'm bringing it, then by all means, get you a freaking membership. Mods, what happened to y'all dropping the membership link in the chat, keeping it in rotation? Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. Okay? Ain't shit. Just ain't shit. So this is Jose Bodega's plea agreement. This happened in February of this year. He had James Lee Bright as his attorney and tell him he has all his rights, the waiver of rights and plea of guilty. Said he waived. So he has in count one of the second superseding indictment charging in violation conspiracy to possess with the intent to distribute a controlled substance. Understands the nature and the elements. Let's see. Sentence. The maximum penalties the court can impose: imprisonment for period not to exceed 20. That's a milli. A fine not to exceed a milli, or twice any pecuniary gain to the defendant or loss to the victims. Victims. A term of supervised release of at least 3 years and up to life. Shit. Which may be mandatory under the law and will follow any term of imprisonment. Shit. Special assessment of that $100, restitution to victims or to the community, which may be mandatory under the law. Cost of incarceration and supervision, forfeiture of property. Upon conviction of an offense involving distribution of a controlled substance, the defendant is, in the discretion of the court, subject to denial of any or all federal benefits as defined by the code for up to 5 years. Immigration, we gotta do that. Okay, so I did see that a bunch of them, most of them, did do the steps, the Equip People for Success program. It would not allow me to access any records from that. See, Yellow B's the current lawyer used to represent 3 in the past. They were saying it was a conflict of interest. I would think so, right? Because your old client is dead. Your new client is on trial for killing him. What information did you have for your old client that you don't give a fuck about sharing with your new client because the client dead, right? Like that. Where's the ethics board out there? Like in government. And this is the type of shit that we should be fighting against. This is what the fuck we should be trying to change. Certain things like this, laws around this. You don't fight the whole system because you can't. But if you can identify where there are growth opportunities, you get in there and that's what you do. Right? Right. And for our people, because like it's not lost on me that you can't never get rid of certain shit in the hood, right? And sometimes they can be beneficial to the hood. All I'm saying is that old law in full effect. If you want the community to protect you, you got to look out for the community. So if you're not balancing off what bad you contribute to the community with equal or more good, then fuck you. Let the laws love you. Let them laws love you. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Dallas people, but was Jared, Fed, GRC, were any of them carrying the community? I'm not talking about as far as on plugs and cheap prices and shit like that. I mean, like, if the old people grass needed cutting, it was cut. If the child was walking around there because they mama and daddy fucked off, if they gonna make sure they got school clothes and shoes and shit. You see what I'm saying? Because back in my day, that's what the fuck went on. That's what went on. Petty better say no. Then fuck them, let the laws love them. Then fuck them, let the laws love them. I told you I'm a firm believer in one hand wash the other. Fuck them, let the laws love them. Straight up. How you want the community to protect you and hold to a code that they not living by? Everybody in Oak Cliff and in South Dallas ain't living street. I don't give a fuck if they was and they not no more. Everybody ain't living street. So I think that's a conversation we all need to have with our people in our communities, bro. I've already had it with mine in the Sun Garden a long time ago. But yeah, I think that's a real nigga conversation that need to be had. Because what's happening, never mind, let me just go. That's a whole nother lie. Yes, I am firing up my prescription at the doctor. I was gonna try not to, okay, because the doctor did say that I'm not supposed to make no kind of decisions or nothing when I'm smoking my reefer that she prescribed me because it relaxed my whole nervous system. But god damn it, I was getting frustrated. Okay. I dig in one of the DETs in the case and found out he was in tee up on corruption. Oh yeah. Howard. Yes. 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 Don't he look like Rain? That nigga do favor Rain. He look like they could be cooked. But yeah, he all fucked off in corruption. Him and the judge. Him and Ananaka. Him and Ananaka. Yeah. So I don't understand how the prosecution didn't ask what is the habeas corpus to move from her anyway. You trying a high profile case where at least two of your defendants, Jerry and Yellow, could pay their way out of any motherfucking thing, and you still allowing it to be tried under the judge that already been found to be guilty of taking money to do things with court cases. Like, that's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I heard a rumor a long time ago that said don't sleep on the feds because Oak Cliff and the feds too. Motherfuckers from, like regular motherfuckers from Dallas just went got federal job, right? They said don't sleep on that fact. I heard somebody say it. I don't remember who said it. If I did, I would have said it. The judge wrote counterfeit warrants, search warrant. Yeah, I know. That man stayed in jail for what, 4 years? Yeah. Yeah. Beautifully Imperfect. We had already went down that line, girl. That was before you come over here. Yep. Court sentence discretion role. The defendant agrees to participate in the step shit. Agrees. The government has agreed to dismiss the indictment against this defendant upon the defendant's successful completion of the STEPS program. Accepting of this plea agreement is an agreement by the court to honor the dismissal upon the defendant's successful completion. If the defendant does not successfully complete in terminated form or voluntarily withdraw from the STEP program, the defendant will not be allowed to withdraw the defendant's guilty plea, and the defendant case will proceed to sentencing. The defendant understands that the sentence in this case, if the defendant is terminated from the program, will be imposed by the court after consideration of the United States sentencing guidelines. The guidelines are not binding on the court, but are advisory only. Okay. Then review. Okay. Waives any objections or rights under the Speedy Trial Act. Shall give complete and truthful information or testimony concerning the defendant's participation in the offense of conviction upon demand. The defendant shall submit a personal financial statement under oath, and they did, and submit to interviews by the government and the U.S. Probation Office regarding the defendant's capacity to satisfy any fines or restitution. The defendant expressly authorized the United States Attorney's Office to immediately obtain a credit report on the defendant in order to evaluate the defendant's ability to satisfy any financial obligation imposed by the court. Fully understands that any financial obligation imposed by the court, including the restitution, is payable immediately. And Where does it say that he got to come and tell on other people? Mandatory special assignment, it's $100. Financial obligations, understands the baby. Court defendant agrees as follows. Financial statements. Okay. Authorizes. Okay. Restitution. So it takes 24 months to complete the STEPS program. A motion to permit the defendant to withdraw the defendant's guilty plea into pursuant to this agreement will move to dismiss all counts of the pending indictment against the defendant to which the defendant entered a guilty plea pursuant to this plea agreement. The government will not bring any additional charges against the defendant based on the conduct underlying and related to the defendant's plea of guilty. Government will file a supplement in this case as routinely done in every case so that there might not even be any additional terms. Government will dismiss after sentencing any remaining charges in the pending indictment. This agreement, they got some sweet motherfucking deals, man. This agreement is limited to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Texas and does not bind any other federal, state, or local prosecuting authorities, nor does it prohibit any civil or administrative proceedings against the defendant or any property. Okay. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Yep, that's pretty much it. So that was Jose Bodegas. That's what he agreed to. That's what he agreed to. Here go Theo's orders and conditions of release. So they were saying that he got out of jail because he had health issues, was what I heard. Okay. So according to the paperwork and the documents, the defendant must not violate federal, state, or local laws, of course. Must cooperate in the collection of DNA. We saw that already on somebody else's. Must advise the court of pretrial services office or supervising officer in writing before making any change of residence. Okay, you got it, of course. Must appear in court as required, and if convicted, must surrender as directed. Must appear at 1100 Commerce Street as directed. Must sign an appearance bond. Okay. Is that the probation office? What's that address? Avoid all contact with persons who may be victim witness. Okay. Not have guns. Not fuck with drugs. Submit to testing. Drug tested. Can't change his phone number or address. Okay. And that's that. Theo signed it. It is so ordered. Released after processing. Okay, so Frank Crowley Courthouse. What do they do at the Frank Crowley Courthouse? Because why is he? That's not the probation office, right? So it said that he gotta show up at that motherfucking office right here. That's what it say. It say he gotta show up there, must appear in court as required, and if convicted, but so they say must appear at this address as directed. Why you gotta show up to the courthouse as directed? Wouldn't that be to the probation office, the office of probation and parole? Mm, I don't know. I mean, that may be nothing. So we're not gonna dwindle on it. We're not gonna stay there. We're not gonna stay there. How y'all doing, brothers, sisters? Y'all all right? Y'all all right? How y'all doing? Y'all still with me? Y'all still with me? We can get an hour and a half real fast. We did an hour and a half real fast, and we ain't really got through shit. We really just process of elimination, some shit, right? We really just scanned through some shit. What y'all think so far? My bad, Frank Prowler on Riverfront Drive. I'm saying, what's that address though? What's that for? I don't, y'all don't think it's interesting that he ordered to go to the courthouse? Um, okay, so I want to go ahead and close out all these tabs right here so we can move on. So I did go check last night, 4 day this morning. Y'all know Key One. Shit. Yeah, Key One had court this morning. Key One had court this morning. I wonder how that went. So this is just that. This is just it's just the same shit we saw. And again, I just thought that was pretty crazy. Why do they need 10 pages of travel records for trap? Then I saw this, right? This was in Yellow's paperwork as of December 11th. And this is for Doug Moore. And Doug is to testify as a witness on behalf of the state. Okay? It's a state witness. It's not out of county. Don't need to bring nothing with him. Now, it has said executed, but I don't see the receipt here. Okay? There's no officer's return completed for that. But, Doug Moore, is he kin to DeVar? Okay, he got the federal courthouse. Okay. So anytime they call him to the federal courthouse, he got to come. That's all it said. Okay. So that's to testify, huh? Why else would you need to go to? I don't want to assume nothing. We just doing facts. So yeah, Doug Moore. Is Doug Moore kin to the various? I don't know. But that was there from yesterday, from the 11th. This was also there from the 11th. Annette Alvarado testify on behalf of the state. Not out of county, don't need to bring nothing. It said executed, but again, y'all, we going by paperwork, so there is no officer's return on that particular document either. We could, but we're not. I was gonna say we could go back into the paperwork for the state today, but I don't think so. No, baby. So As far as Ray Ray, one of y'all told me, madam, girl, I'm telling you, Ray Ray ass is still, definitely still a fucking lawyer. I was like, well, they said, and whoever it was like, madam, I'm telling you, Ray Ray ass is still a lawyer. Well, guess what? Ray Ray ass is still a lawyer. On November 9th, 2021, the Supreme Court of Texas accepted the resignation in lieu of discipline of Rayshawn Jackson of Carrollton. In the United States of America versus Rayshawn Jackson, case number from in or around May 5th, from in or around May 2020. Didn't we just see May 2020? Didn't we just see? Didn't we just go over paperwork about May 2020? Okay. About the DPD and ATF former task force. Remember? We just said it. Yeah, that was you, Petty Betty Top. You did. I stand corrected. You see, I ain't got no problem with when I was in error, when I was wrong, when I didn't know, when I get clear. I think it makes me a bigger woman, a better woman. You know, to me anyway. When I can come back and say that, okay. He was still active online. Oh yeah, his case now is funny. When you get into Ray Ray paperwork, Ray Ray would be can't get right. Like this nigga gotta be the lawyer off the movies that just be doing reckless shit, be full of the cocaine, buying pussy and shit. Just looking at Ray Ray documents, I think Ray Ray a wild boy. I think I know a Ray Ray, you know. Not him, you know. But I definitely think I know people that would fit, yeah, like, you know, that character type. Yeah, with the same motherfucking job description too. You hear me? Yeah. My husband be stealing out lighters, baby. That's why I make my own little match jar. Okay? Because I ain't never got to worry about that. But anyway, so yeah, they was just talking about how Ray Ray and others known and unknown unlawfully, willfully, or knowingly did combine, conspire. Same shit they had said in the other paperwork, right? Involving property represented by law enforcement officers to be the proceeds of specific unlawful activity, to wit, sale and distribution of controlled substances with the intent to conceal and disguise the nature, location, source, ownership, and control of property believed to be the proceeds of specified unlawful activity. It was a part and object of the conspiracy that Jackson would utilize his law practice to launder drug proceeds for an individual who Jackson thought was a drug trafficker. It was also a part and object of the conspiracy that Jackson would accept cash from the same drug dealer, legitimize or clean the money using his law firm and IOLTA accounts, and return the money to the trafficker via wire transfers to drug dealer's bank account. Jackson will perform this service for the drug trafficker for an agreed upon percentage of the laundering funds, 4%. In September of 2021, Jackson pleaded guilty to the charge of conspiracy to commit money laundering. Okay? Further agreed that the appropriate term of imprisonment is 5 years or 60 months. So, yeah, that's that. And remember, we went over yesterday, we looked at all 14 counts with the dates attached to them. Also, that he was supposed to, the sentencing guidelines would say 20 years per count. Ray Ray must be good at being a lawyer because he didn't get one count of the money laundering and only got a conspiracy to commit money laundering. Okay, that was it. It was all Ray Ray got. So Ray Ray must be a damn good lawyer. Okay, Ray Ray has got to be a damn good lawyer. All right, I can exit out that. It wasn't you that said it. Yo, I know, but I think I agree with it or some shit, Petty. But I just like taking accountability. You know, just something about that shit that make me feel good and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I remember saying, well, no, I heard that I heard he wasn't a lawyer no more. All right, so we already seen this last year. Emmanuel, see if you still in here, this what you missed. This how we started. Okay, it's a whole nother web browser. Once we go through this web browser, y'all, we through. I think. Um, where we at with the time? Yeah, so y'all already know in 15 minutes we'll be at the 2 hour mark. And because this motherfucker has not made a dime and I have to pay a lot of dimes at the 2 hour mark, we will absolutely go to members only. And just I thought about it last night because I don't want to put Lil Melvin's this information on members only. Like I want people to be able to see it, right? Um, so I decided that the way I was gonna do it was I'm gonna get in my motherfucking editor bag. Okay, y'all know I'm being a content creator right now. So I'm gonna get in my motherfucking editorial bag and these videos that I had to pay my money to get that documentation for. I am absolutely, when I'm finished, gonna put them on private, and I guess I might break them up into shorts, right? I'm gonna break them up into shorts and put them out when I get ready. As time goes, because if you were here, you were here. I'd also like to say that since I paid my money for them, I, listen, listen, Linda. I'm gonna need my money back. So if another content creator wants to screen record or anything like that, I'm definitely gonna hit that motherfucking, yeah, they got my shit, that copyright shit. Oh, get that. Come get that. Yeah. Yeah. And so this is my only warning for that. I will not do as others and keep reaming my motherfucking point because point made, point taken or not, that's the fucking point. All right, y'all. So 13 minutes. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We did that. Okay, I don't think we did this. The bill of particulars. And I love this browser because when I change, it changes with me. On the other browser, every time I change a tab, I gotta go share this tab instead. But in this browser, I don't have to. It changes with me. All right, so this one is for Jerry Lynn by himself. This is the bill of particulars for property that he has to forfeit. A money judgment equal to the values of proceeds traceable to the offense as to count one. A money judgment equal to the value of proceeds traceable to the offense as count six. Same thing for count seven and count nine. Now, they don't want to give us, baby, fuck you, okay? Fuck you and your bill of particulars because why you just ain't tell us what the fuck it was in detail? All right, who is this, y'all? Let's see who this is. Somebody else. This Jaquel Buford. Okay, let's see. Charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with the intent to distribute controlled substances. The date is 12/8/23. Okay, he's writing to the court. Motion to discovery and federal indictment charges. Okay, so he said, I come to the honorable court. Okay, come on through then. Buford. Request a motion to discovery evidence held against me. It has been over 180 days. That boy been in the law office, huh? Sound like he been in the law library, huh? Mm-hmm. Some of these I just thought was funny because I've seen shit like this from people I know personally. So, to me it's intriguing. Call it what you want. I haven't heard from my lawyer or been able to prepare myself for trial or plea in this case. He just been sitting in Limestone County without reasonable understanding. 4th, 6th, 8th, 14th Amendment violation. Fast speed violation on the 31. Okay, the bar been in the library. And due process violation of my civil rights. Request discovery, video, statement, fingerprint, arrest warrant, and anything to the evidence of charge. I haven't seen attorney, so motion is pro se and filed on my own behalf. Look, he put page 1. He say this page 1. Girl, he been in the fucking law office because official documents come like this, baby. The boss say he's proud. Justice in the above case, the Honorable Judge, please give justice to the oppressed and granted motion. Please refer motion to Honorable Judge, my court of refer case, District Clerk to the Northern District. Here in Limestone County, that's in Gross Beck, Texas. That's for Jaquel Buford. That boy was working on his own behalf. Now imagine being a part of a fucking RICO, a drug trafficking organization, RICO. You got arrested at one of your work sites. You've been in jail 180 days, just sitting. Ain't nobody send no lawyer to you. What they told Mo3, feed your wolves or they'll feed off you. Ain't that what they told? Ain't that what they told Mo3? At this point, you don't know who the fuck I'll tell it. At this point, you don't know who the fuck I'll tell it. 8-8, these your people, ain't it? Jerry Lynn, Sid, Wesley, Emmanuel, Theodore, Jaquel, Douglas, Derek. They parents gave them very strong names. I mean, Jaquel is a nigga. But their parents gave them very strong. Jerry, Cedric, Wesley, Emmanuel, Theodore, Douglas. They got real strong nigga. You know, like, and I think some of y'all are very intelligent. If only y'all learn from these and tell the little ones, like, be ready to die for the little ones behind the little ones. Won't y'all grab them, bro? Because look at this fugazi ass shit, man. Look at this. Y'all was sloppy. Y'all not even good at this. You're not even good at this. You can start a line in your mind and be a killer all day. But when you sober up, when you get in that motherfucking, in that cell, man, and it been 180 days, man, and gang ain't ganging, you gonna see that you just like you came into this motherfucking world. It's you for you. So why live the rest of your motherfucking life still trying to prove to people that you real, that you this and you dead? Fuck all that. Won't y'all go this hard for the right shit, man? I just seen something not too long ago, bro. Say Oak Cliff hasn't forgotten about history, man. Y'all tripping. And I'm saying that because I used to go to the Cliff when I felt like I was homesick and didn't feel like driving them 5-6 hours, man. I used to go to the Cliff because it felt like the quarter. Soon as I go down that bridge, I talk about it all the time because I can still see it in my head. Soon as I get off the highway and I go down the little overpass, the bridge thing, and they got that gas station right there to the left. And it always had a major motion. That's who he is in our hood. He was at the Falk in the Road store. I sent y'all took y'all to yesterday. And Major Motion had that same motherfucking barbecue trailer as that nigga at that store in South Dallas. I don't know if it was Oak Cliff or not. Okay? I don't know. I know it was South Dallas. Had that same barbecue trailer with no running water or nothing, baby. I'm not eating off there. But to see that as soon as I come down that ramp, that homesickness, bro, I was able to ease that. Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping, man. But anyway, this is the amended pretrial order. This happened in October of 23. End of justice served by continuance outweigh the best interest of the public. Let's see what the fuck this said. Grants request for continuance as requested. Okay, so this was set to go on docket February 26, 2024. And it's just giving the rules. So we can go ahead to the next thing for this. Because that's it. Really. That's it. This is the order to unseal the case. This was filed in November of 2024. And this is for Maserati, aka Pops, aka Longway, aka Good, aka Shack, aka Bodega, aka Pop. Aaron Dumas does not have an aka, aka Doug, and aka Dinero de Money. Before the court is the government's motion to unseal the above captioned criminal case. The court grants the motion. Okay, it is therefore ordered that the second superseding indictment be unsealed by this order only as to the above named defendants. It is further ordered that this case against the above named defendants be unsealed for all purposes, and the case against the remaining unapprehended defendants remains sealed until further order of this court or until such time as those defendants make their appearance. Further ordered that the government is allowed to provide the apprehended defendants with a copy of the second superseding indictment that redacts from which the names of other defendants who have not been apprehended, and that redacts from which any charge that does not affect the apprehended defendant. That any accompanying motions be sealed. It was so ordered November of 23. So I will say that too, like a lot of the transcripts, some of the court hearings, like there was a whole pack of transcripts that that were not, they absolutely were not available to the public. You couldn't buy them. What is this? This 4-page document. Who is this for? This is October 2023. This is in Sherman. This is versus Dumas. It was terminated. Represented by McCoy, Michelle Allen McCoy. He ain't had no pending counts. So they dropped, look like they dropped it. Look like they dropped it. And he had a public defender. See, that's what I'm talking about. Why the fuck is you in a RICO with a public defender? A RICO for drug trafficking is crazy with a public defender. That's crazy. Waive his rights to an identity hearing, a preliminary hearing. Yeah, they all did that. I told you that. They all did that. So that was in October. All right. There was that. What the fuck is this? I think we already went. Yeah, we went through that on the other tab. What is this? Okay, he pled not guilty. That was for Buford. That's it. That's just his not guilty plea. We get through this shit quick. Pre-trial order for November. That's it. What is this? Miguel Angel Reyes. So look, this what happened, right? When I put in this case number right here, it started with Jerry Lynn, but then it listed all these other people up under the. What you got, an incubator? All right. Y'all, it looks like Healing Through the Harvest Homestead will be selling fertilized eggs. And come the beginning of next year, okay, that's how you get them back in there. We will be selling baby chickens. Little pullets. How about it? Okay. Okay. No. Okay. That's the progression. What is it?
Oysters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they gonna eat it because they need it.
They ain't buying no more chicken.
We ain't buying no more chicken. I think my 2 hour mark is up too. Ooh, right on the fucking money. Way to close out these people.
Oh, man, I can't go finish doing what I'm doing. You
All right, baby. Hello. Huh? Yeah.
got
Yeah.
yesterday, right?
From where?
Ain't have one egg in the day.
The youngest need a ride from around the corner. You want me to go?
Okay.
All right.
Give me my number. So I'm pulling up right now.
You know what she at? All right. Bear with me, y'all. Listen, I wasn't playing. Okay, I'm taking the shit. It's going to members only. Absolutely going to members only. The likes ain't motherfucking liking. Okay? The likes ain't liking. Ain't none of this shit matching. Fuck all it. And I mean it. Okay? Done. I'm back. Mm-hmm. Madam Memphis. I sure the fuck did.
The one truck thing, I'm on off the internet, get like 35 for like $20 on the thing. But I'm put something for it.
Okay. All right, let's see. We got 25 motherfuckers in here, baby. Let's go. 25 lighters on my dress. Sir. Yes, sir. I got to get paid head ass. That's 25 members. Well, not all, because some of my ranch holders ain't members. Too many bushwatchers drop down next time. Yeah, they should have. They sure the fuck should have. They really should have.
Next time you get a little shit, give me one.
I can't control who they go to. So I just hit gift the membership. Won't you go on your phone right now? Like you just went to the store and spent that money, go to my channel and purchase you a membership. Oh, husband had tried to get 23. Let's go. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, they came back 24. Huh?
I'm already a member.
Oh, okay. Well,
What's your highest membership?
999. Yeah.
You let the whole be on that.
Yeah. You give me $10.
Oh, shit, I just gave you almost 200 right there. That was just 200 right there.
All right, now go ahead. Go ahead. So yeah, y'all. When I put in it popped up Jerry Lynn, and then it popped up with all these defendants, right? Yeah. I was like, oh, I just went through them bitches. I was hitting down. Baby, at first I was trying to name the file. Okay. I couldn't even do that no more, baby. I was like, look, let me just download this shit. I'll look and see what it is tomorrow. Then I'm having to look because some of this shit got like 284 entries worth of files. So I'm like, okay, what the fuck do I want? I know I'm looking first and foremost for all transcripts and indictments. Let me get that first. That's how. So yeah, yeah. And then I seen where they wasn't taking the money that I put aside in the account that I gave them for these things. I'm like, so what they gonna do? Bill me later? I'm not. Listen, that don't work for me. That's why I ain't never rent to own no furniture. And once I got it, it belonged to me. Rule number one, get the money. Fuck. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so Miguel Angel Reyes. Who the fuck is Miguel Angel Reyes? Have we ever seen Miguel Angel Reyes' name anywhere else? I think I have. So I'm just going to get one of my index cards, you guys, and I'm going to write his name down, okay? say, damn, you be on here 13 hours a day and then you get off of here and you still be looking at that, you ain't got no motherfucking life. I'm obsessed. Yeah, this is me. This is what I do. Okay. If I wasn't looking into this like this, it will be somebody else's. Someone who calls me. It will be something for the organization. This is what I do. Thank God that I don't have to pay bills. Okay? That's all I can tell y'all. Is thank God I ain't the one that gotta pay bills. Okay? Now if I did, then it'd be a different story. When I was responsible for paying the bills, god damn it, I did. I got the fuck up and went paid the bills. Okay? But I don't want nobody to ever get it fucked up and think that because I be putting it on members only and shit that I'm here for the money. Because I've had memberships for over a year and just found out yesterday that I can gift them. Um, I, I go months without getting a check because I don't be on here like that. Any of my original people will be able to tell you that. But at the same time, not but nevertheless, I'm not gonna try to act like I'm K-Roll and I done told y'all that. Because I know when I do come on this beach, it's quality. And that's whether it's content like this or if we bullshitting in line. I know what I give. So, to the people who don't be here authentically. And let me tell you something else I know. I know that paying $3 don't mean you here authentically. Dang, I missed the beginning again. I have to get you the replay. Please keep it up. You is fucked, DDP. Okay? You is fucked. You is fucked, girl. I just told these people. I just did a whole 2-hour intervention rant. I'm gonna tell you what. For you member motherfuckers, I'm gonna keep it up till tonight, Now, when I get ready to go to sleep, whatever time that is, I'm gonna go ahead on and change the private stock and cut it up and make shorts. Right? We're gonna cut it up and make some shorts. Because I'm a content creator, and this is what content creators do. I'm gonna try to do that anyway, but I'm telling you, when it comes to shit like that, I probably not. But hey, welcome, girl. Welcome home. Come on in here. And my phone ain't stopped ringing the whole time I've been on live, just ringing and texting. Hello? Where you at? Where's here? Okay. Gee, what if this? All right, let's get back to it. You know what I think I need to do? I need to quit playing with myself too, y'all. Y'all don't mind? Is that all right, baby? Yeah, yeah. I had took a milk 30, and then I seen these boys was making K2 and milk and all kinds of shit. I ain't lying. I need my other half of my prescription, y'all. Today is one of them days. It started really, really early, ended really late last night. It got really heavy um, but not too heavy. Not too heavy. I'm glad I was able to be who I was able to be for who I needed to be for. Amen, amen, and amen. Baby, I don't like worms. I am not the early bird. When I have to get up super early, gee, all right. Have y'all ever heard of Miguel? Is Miguel only new to me? Is Miguel only new to me? Hmm? Y'all want to talk? Fuck it in. Okay, new to you too. Come on. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I take it back. I apologize. Okay, yeah, Miguel is new to me too. So Miguel was a part of. Let me see. What we got his name at? We had his name somewhere. We had his name on one of these indictments. No, we didn't. I lied. Yeah, he wasn't on any of the previous indictments. So that means that was he one of the ones that they was just talking about when they was talking about unsealing, and they was saying that the ones that had not been apprehended yet. Yeah, it had to be the way I got it ordered, the way he came in, Mr. Miguel. Thinking that that's what happened. Yeah, see how it all come after the unsealing and shit. Damn it, madam. Freddie P was the one stole the dope. Girl, let me tell you something. DDP. Did you know they was selling their dope out of Pepsi vending machine, bitch? I want me a hidden Pepsi vending machine. You know, I wouldn't put. I ain't got no drugs to put in there. There we go. We back in the field. But damn it, I damn sure could. I got some shit that need to be put up in a Pepsi motherfucking vending machine. Drop down, eat. What's happening, baby? Eda, was you here last night too, Paw? Step off, Grandpa. So y'all, when I was telling y'all yesterday, I had stopped, and I was like, I be trying to keep my word, but it's one thing that I said I was gonna do that I still ain't done, and that was get my first 10 members. Eda, Miss America, I still got the list. Eda, I think I sent you a picture that showed you that I printed your shit out, put it by the. I got all it. But let me tell you what happened, Eda. That was last year, and I was supposed to do y'all shirts, and I was supposed to do the shirts for Cordell trial. And baby, when I had everything out, had the press out and everything, and I went to trying to weed Cordell face onto a motherfucking shirt again, and I could not do it either. I threw all that shit in the chest, and it's still in the chest. I mean, I ain't throw it. It's folded up. It's preserved nicely. Trash can vibes. I swear to God. I swear to God, eat it. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you before I get off here. I'm gonna show you where it's at. I swear to God, I still got everything. And I just have not been able to open that fucking chest up either. Okay? I haven't. That's so y'all, that's the one thing that I did not keep my word on. Yet. I'm gonna say yet. I'm gonna say yet. At this point, I don't consider paying extra money and getting you some more graphic tees and just drop shipping it to y'all motherfucking ass. I'm going to have to upgrade what I'm sending you, is what I'm saying. I know I am. I'm not going to feel right if I don't. So you was in here last night, so you seen Ray Ray. What the fuck was going on with Ray Ray now? Ray Ray couldn't even spell his motherfucking name. What the fuck? Edith, it was tricky. Hey Rose, how you doing? Welcome home. Rose, you and Edith, y'all is day one. So let me ask y'all, right? Because what I did was I went, and y'all know I'm broken poor, but I had collected dimes by the truck stop, and I put them in the bank, and I went to Pacer, and Pacer let me pay them some dimes for all these documents. It be like that, madam. My homegirl lost her daddy, so today's gonna be long as hell. It's a Spanish one, so it's gonna be a lot of drinking and fighting. Listen, and they gonna put them candles with their picture. Long live Reggie Badass. Yeah, man, my condolences. I want to know, in the 5 years that y'all been coming to YouTube around the Mo3 situation. I know old man. I've heard of a lot of this paperwork, but has the transcripts and all this been shown in detail? Anybody gave y'all this? I had kept asking it yesterday because I'm like, fuck, I take the risk and just go get it from their old video. I ain't want to use my dimes up, y'all. Know I'm broke, but they ain't let me get it on consign. But yeah, that's what I wanted to know was, am I doing a replay? You know, am I doing a replay, or is it for y'all like it is for me, where I've heard about it since forever, but I'm just now able to actually see it? Never actually seen it. I'm gonna keep going on. I ain't gonna wait because I didn't put on the low latency, so I know it's gonna be lagging. All right, so Miguel Angel Reyes. Yeah, I swear to God, I think this name is one of them fucking people who is subpoenaed in 3 cases. But whatever. Now comes this defendant, Miguel, and moves for a continuance of the trial and all associated pretrial deadlines in this case and will show the following. This case is currently set for trial for July 24th, 23. Defense counsel needs time to gather and review discovery and to discuss the case with her client. Counsel also needs time to investigate and prepare for trial. In order that counsel will have time to adequately and competently complete all pretrial matters, a continuance of 60 days is requested. Undersigned y'all, there go Kathy Reed. Damn, we made 15 months, right? Right? Eat it, I'm staying too long. The bitches gonna strike me now. They gonna be like, wait a minute, we've been letting that bitch mind her business over there for 15 months. You know, they already been trying. I swear to God, if I show y'all my studio screen, it's crazy. Anyway, so Catherine Reed was the lawyer for Shaq. I think that was the lawyer that was deborn the fuck out of Shaq. So this Miguel lawyer too. Hmm. So is Kathy another GRC attorney? What that is? Okay, we already did that. Motion to unseal, we did that. Plea agreement. Did we do Jerry plea agreement, y'all? We went through so much, I don't fucking remember. Oh, his shit looked the same as Bodega's as far as what he could have. I'm gonna go back over it slow, y'all. My bad. So all this was for him? What? All that was for him? Or was there some different motherfucking jewelry? Okay. All right, madam. All right. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. Get back in the game. I'm back. Fuck. So he the only one had to pay $200. Okay, let me go back up. Let me go back up. Let's start at what he got to do. Mm-hmm. My bad, y'all. Just be wanting to see first. Jerry Lynn, the defendant, and he had Tim Minshew as his lawyer. They agreed that he got all his rights. He got the right to not plead guilty to none of this shit. But he is waiving his rights and pleads guilty to the offense alleged in count 1 of the second superseding indictment, which is conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance. And in count 12, possession of unregistered machine gun and aiding and abetting. So that's all he got? Y'all, now wait a motherfucking minute. I'm talking about, y'all, this nigga had, what my address list is? Now, Jerry had, which said the East Illinois motherfucking trap spot. Jerry had all on his own the Sunnyvale spot. Jerry had was said the Mojave spot, and both of them was connected to the Colonial Ave and Britain residence. And they had K2, they had methamphetamine, they had motherfucking cocaine, they had crack, they and he got one charge of conspiracy. What? Conspiracy to possess? Maybe I don't understand federal law. I ain't, that's all not for nothing. Because maybe I just don't understand federal law. But I tell you what, people that I know, uh, shit, them boys made it out damn good. That is fucking crazy. Sentence. The maximum penalties the court can impose for count one include imprisonment for a period not to exceed 20 years. So you could have got up to 20 years for just count one. A fine not to exceed $1 million. Okay. No less than 3 years parole, all the way up to life. Mandatory assessment of $100, restitution to victims, cost of incorporation and supervision, forfeiture of property, and upon conviction, can't have no federal benefits. So for count 12, he could have up to 10 years, a fine up to 10K, probation up to 3 years, mandatory assessment of $100, restitution, all the other shit. The court may, in its discretion, sentence count 1 and 12 consecutively for a maximum total of 30 years. So the boy was facing 30. The boy was facing 30. Jerry Lynn. So they all had to turn over their passports. I did see that. Court sentencing discretion and role of the guidelines. He understands that the sentence in this case will be imposed by the court after consideration of the United States sentencing guidelines. Guidelines are not binding by the court, only advisory. Won't be allowed to withdraw. Shall not knowingly provide false information to the probation office relating to the offenses. Relevant conduct, mandatory assessment of $200. Financial obligation is due immediately. Defendant agrees that financial statement with any supporting documents the defendant provides to the USPO may be shared with the court and the government. Shall submit to interviews by the government and USPO regarding the defendant's capacity to satisfy and find restitution or special assessment. Immediately obtain credit report, restitution. So he agrees for the purposes of this paragraph. Restitution for relevant conduct shall include all acts and omissions described over there, as well as our acts and omissions that were a part of the same course of conduct of common scheme or plan. Okay. And then it's the forfeiture of his property. So that's his plea agreement. And that's what they say is his property. This all said to look at this man got pages of illegal shit. Guns without serial numbers. This boy got motherfucking these switches for all of them. Summerville, South Carolina. Y'all, that boy got a damn sweet deal. If I ever gotta go motherfucking if I ever gotta go federal, shit, I need they motherfucking lawyers. Factual resume. 1 count 12. Okay, so we already know that. Stipulated facts, did knowingly and intentionally unlawfully. Additionally, May. Okay, in May. Well, that wasn't May 2020, so never mind with my in May head ass. Oh, nope, there it is. Right? That's what it was. In 2020. There you go. When him is said. Okay, so that's what we already went to. We already did this. Yeah, we already went through this. Yeah, we already went through that. That's when the motherfuckers just told the people everything. I think we are first superseding indictment. So this was the first one. I think the last one we seen was the second one, huh? Let me see. It's 22 pages. I think this one is different. No, that's the same shit. That's the same shit. My bad, y'all. Yeah, but that's motherfucking crazy though. All them charges they had. Waiver of personal appearance. Poor little Shaq, y'all. I feel so bad for Shaq. What is this? This for said. Hey, let's be clear. Let's be the clearest. Go, what is DG? Okay. Where the fuck is DG? So this for said. He filed a notice and waiver of appearance at his arraignment hearing, but he sent his plea of not guilty. Okay, that's all this is. That's it. Oh shit, man, it's a long motherfucking list. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's his plea of not guilty. That's it. The nigga just pleaded not guilty. Okay, that's what you're supposed to plead. What is this? The grand jury charges for Jerry, said Wesley, and Shaq. How many pages is this? It's 10 pages. We ain't seen this one. Let's see if they're going to give us some more information. They trying to take him out the game? But what? Let's be clear. Tell him come hit the fucking link, man. What are you doing? What is this? This was June. This was June 2023. Let's see if they give us some. That's the same shit. Baby, tell you something. Them people just be wasting motherfucking. These people just be wasting paper. But I guess it's all got to be filed under different things. I stand on what the fuck I said though. If I ever go federal, somebody please put me in touch with these niggas lawyer. I go Jose Bodega shit. It's his factual resume. James Lee Bright. Conspiracy to possess. Yeah. That's it. Stipulated facts. Say Bodega did know what the fuck he was doing. Jesus Christ. Hello? Hey. And well. On the other side? All right, what y'all doing? She coming back here, or she just? All right, baby. Well, I see you when you be here. Okay, I love you. And tell her she can just come all over here. All right. Lord have mercy, Jesus. At this point, I think I shouldn't have took the motherfucking milk. Maybe I should have took the goddamn Xanaxes and that Peaches Whitney Ashley, whatever the fuck her name is. So this the same shit. They just got it all for the individual. Yeah, that's the same shit. Aaron Demus. Demus is Aaron shit. Okay. So he pleading guilty. He could have got all the same shit, let Aaron. We ain't gotta go through all that. They ain't gonna give us Lil Fred. They go Lil Freddie P. They go Lil Freddie P. So he's supposed to be sentenced. What's today? Lil Freddie P supposed to be sentenced on the 15th. Yeah. Monday. Yeah. Lil Freddie P supposed to be sentenced Monday, y'all. Lil Freddie P is the one who got the keys from Jared, opened up the motherfucking Pepsi vending machine, and served the undercover twice. He the one told them we got hard and soft. We just out of South right now. You get some of this hard though. That was Lil Freddie P, man. Lil Freddie P go get sentenced Monday. With GRC Freddie P. He was ordered to remain in custody as of 10/10. Okay. That's just that. Jerry Lynn, 10/28, was just ordered to remain in custody. Fuck, we gotta look at that. I'm telling you, I don't just download this shit, girl. Doug, there go little Doug. Okay, little Doug, there go little Doug. In May, he had count 3 of the indictment. McCullum was his lawyer. Possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Okay. So he actually got possession. He didn't get conspiracy. Do his shit say, hold up, is his shit saying something else? Let's see. September 2022. That's when he intentionally possessed the shit. Wait a minute. Y'all see that? What they say? GRC leaders Johnson and Bradley. GRC leaders. GRC leaders. So again, is B Cedric Bradley. Hmm. Hmm. So he got arrested at the Britton Avenue address. So he must have went to jail with Devin. Hmm. Hmm. They got crack, marijuana. Man, they got the people got heroin and it. Come on, man. Come. These people, they drop the heroin charge. They dropped the fent charge. They dropped the switches. Didn't the feds say the switches is no more? Like they dropped all that shit. They dropped all that. What the fuck? I need their lawyers, y'all. I do. I need their lawyers. I need their lawyers. Their lawyers would just one of them, whoever worked this deal would just agree to represent me pro bono. I could really get some shit off my chest. Shit that be causing all this motherfucking mucus. If they lawyers could get me a deal like that, shit. So then my question is, if they have been okay, they started talking about that they had started investigating them, the GRC people, in 2020, in the beginning of 2020, and they got Jerry charged with 3. Then the rumor that they knew 3 was gonna get killed is not a rumor. It's not a rumor. You gotta make that shit make sense. Jerry is charged with murder for remuneration for the assassination of Melvin Noble Jr. that occurred 11/11/2020. This paperwork say that starting in earlier 2020, they had this man under wiretaps and every motherfucking thing. So they allowed it to happen. Make this shit make sense. Make this motherfucking shit make sense. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck is this? This happened in August. Paradise Cove, Shady Shores. This is about Shaq. We have not received your acknowledgement of the enclosed purchase order for the transcript. Mm. Mm. So there was somebody, they want the transcript for look, Miss Reed. Mm-hmm. There's victim compensation lawsuit you were talking about. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy if he was wired already. Yes. Oh yeah, you wasn't in here. Yeah, let's be clear. We went over the paperwork. Girl, listen. Let me see. 8:15. Okay, we already had this. Let me see. What was it? Somebody done popped up. Peekaboo. Who is it? I'm not phone. That's Rose. Hey, Rose.
What's up with it?
She.
So I heard you reading off the charges or whatever, and I didn't hear you say nothing about. I heard you say was guns, drugs, intent to distribute, all that type of stuff. I didn't hear you say nothing about Mo3's case or whatever. So was that not included in what you was reading off, or what? Is it not a part of his plea agreement?
So this is the federal charge, right? These are the documents from the GRC federal charge, the Ray Jackson federal charge. These are the transcripts and documents as it pertains to that. And so what I was saying was that with this, within these documents about their investigation, they literally gave description as to certain dates that they were investigating and had wiretaps on Jerry Johnson and look, here you go right here. Let's see. Let's see when they got their taps. Okay, they're gonna say on 2023. But yeah, they were saying that they were under investigation since 2020. Let me go back to that. And so what I was saying is, see what I'm saying? So in 2020, they began an investigation into the criminal organization known as GRC, right? And they talk about members being Johnson and Bradley, Sid and Jerry. They identified their residences. They put them under surveillance. So then they skip all the way to 2022 in this particular document, Rose. But if you go to Ray Jackson's information, then they go in more detail about 2020. And so it goes together, if you see what I'm saying. And so if in 2020, before, during, and following Three's assassination, they were in an active and open investigation involving Jerry Lynn Johnson, who the state of Texas has charged with murder for remuneration in the assassination of Melvin Noble, then how did the feds not know it? Do that make sense? What I'm asking?
I get what you're saying, but as far as his plea agreement, his my question is, he didn't plead he didn't plead guilty or do a plea agreement as far as the ERDA goes.
Three.
Is that correct?
No.
It's just for the other charge.
Yeah, because three is state, this is federal. So yeah, his plea was for the federal charge. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. My signal might cut out. I'm in the woods right now, countryside of Texas. So
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what that was. That was his plea agreement was for his federal charges. We are not on charges from the state as it pertains um to Mo 3's murder. You so stupid. Rose,
Hey,
look
am
who
I on?
followed you up here.
Hey, madam.
Hey, scissor buddy.
Is Rose still up here?
Yes.
Okay, I thought maybe I was behind. Rose, the reason why he's not in the plea agreement and is because this was prior to the demise of Mo 3. Okay, so that's why Mo 3 is not going to be in the plea agreement. What Madame is saying is, how did they have them under surveillance and watching them and did not know that they had something to do with Three's death? And now he's being charged with remuneration. How did the feds? She's proven that the fact that the feds was already watching these fools. They knew, they already know what happened to Mo 3, especially if they already had these folks under surveillance prior to the death of him. I'm at work, but I'm going back to the chat.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
is that cooling?
Yeah, that was cool.
Oh shit, my audio had cut out because I got a phone call when I came in. I heard her talking. I'm like, what the hell? Who voice is it? Okay, well,
Hello. Hello.
you can't hear me?
I can now. You going in and out.
Yeah, no signal. I'm throwing it out because I got a phone call. Then when I came back in, I heard cool. You talk me or whatever. I didn't hear everything you said, but I appreciate you though, cool.
Okay, so Rose, this is going to show you, right? So this is the criminal complaint for, let me go back up, for Jerry Lynn Johnson and Cedric Bradley, right? This is the federal criminal complaint. This
I
is
miss you.
filed. This is filed by Who is this? You see what it say? That's who it's filed by.
No, ma'am, I'm driving right now, so I can't look at my
Okay,
screen.
I'll read it. It's filed by Eric Barnes, ATF Task Force Officer. Okay. So, Barnes states in this affidavit that he has probable cause to believe that Jerry instead violated the conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute a mixture of substance containing a detectable amount of cocaine, a Schedule II controlled substance. He says, my knowledge of the facts alleged in this affidavit arise from my personal participation and observations in this investigation, my interviews of informants, and my review of reports prepared by investigators of the ATF, DEA, Dallas Police, along with other participating law enforcement officers. Since this affidavit is limited to establishing probable cause, I have not included every fact known to me or other investigators. Rather, I am only submitting the facts necessary to establish probable cause that co-conspirators discussed herein conspired to distribute and possess with intent to distribute methamphetamine. His probable cause that in 2020, law enforcement agents with Dallas Police Department and ATF initiated a joint investigation into a criminal organization known as Get Rich Cartel. Now, I'm not sure if within the next 6 pages of this 9-page document, they will go into what month of 2020, but there are other documents associated with this case that will go into detail to show that it was well before. If I'm not mistaken, y'all, I remember the context when I first saw it was February of 2020. And I remember that because I had said, okay, we watched a video the other day from the foreigner that said Rainwater got his ass whooped in January 2020 by these people. And then in February, one of the heads of GRC sold to an undercover officer. And that's what kicked everything off. And that's according to Lil Ray Jackson paperwork. We'll get to that. We'll close with that. But Rose, that's my point. So if they were in fact under investigation by DPD, ATF in 2020, before 3, all the way up until after 3, then how could they have not seen the plot for 3, but still Jerry's charged with in the plot for 3? Like that that's giving 11 plus 11 equal 21. Maybe I'm not wording it correctly, but shit. Law enforcement officials believe this organization has been in existence since at least 2014. Members of this organization commonly wear jewelry or clothing depicting the letters GRC. Law enforcement officials have identified numerous GRC members, several of whom have been recently investigated for drug trafficking, marijuana, cocaine, and K2. Illegal firearm possession, aggravated assault, and murder. Well, would you look at that? And this was in 2023. Barnes filed this in 2023. Dallas Police Department, ATF, and DEA are conducting a joint investigation into this organization. Law enforcement officials have identified numerous residences and businesses utilized by GRC member Jerry Johnston and Cedric Bradley to distribute narcotics. In May of 2022, DPD Narcotics conducted multiple purchases of marijuana from the East Illinois Avenue spot. DPD utilized the confidential source that they know to be reliable and trustworthy to conduct the transactions. The identity of this confidential source is unknown to your affiant. This location is owned and operated by GRC members Ced and Jerry. May 2022, they executed an evidentiary search warrant on the smoke shop. Okay, they had all that good stuff. When they did that, they got Said, Jerry, Jaquel Buford, and Theodore Jose Bodega Thomas. Okay. September 2022, conducted multiple confidential source and undercover buys of cocaine at the Britton Avenue address. Utilize confidential source that they know to be reliable and trustworthy to conduct the transactions. They don't know who it is. They seize various quantities of crack, marijuana, heroin, and substantial amount of U.S. currency representing drug proceeds and ammunition. They arrested LeDoug and West for manufacturing and delivery of controlled substance. Washington and Moran are both convicted felons and are prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition by federal law. Both individuals were arrested. Posted bonds on related charges. October 22, 2022, they begin to see patterns of drug trafficking occurring at the Rich Tobacco Shop. They began conducting poll camera surveillance. We already went over Jerry and Said dumbasses talking about these poll camera surveillance operations. On numerous occasions, law enforcement agents observed the GRC members at the smoke shop. They began to see patterns occurring at the Britton residence in November of 2022. They put the poll up there as well. They put it on Britton and Harlandale. Target telephones. Oh shit. Y'all, they got a phone number in this bitch. Hold on, let me put that over here with me, Gail. So when we go through the state evidence, we can also check to see if this is one of the numbers that they have listed for notice to use business. You know all them phone numbers, whatever it was, the affidavit to use the business records. Target 1, and that's supposed to be Jerry number. So they say that they didn't get authorization to wiretap their phones until 2023, y'all. So if they had been investigating them since February 2020, y'all, would they really wait 3 years to tap their lines? Or are they saying this so that they can remove themselves from knowing that 3 was being killed? After 4. Okay, so they got another phone number. They say it's Said. Baby, they drop numbers in here. I sure appreciate them for my good nose, the ass. Okay. What is my team of? Hey, Blended. What is my research people? Go up in it and see. They intercepted approximately 308 criminally pertinent calls from Jerry, 447 criminally pertinent calls from Said. 83 of those criminally pertinent calls involved GRC members, Jerry and Said, discussing the manufacture or delivery of narcotics. Since the initial interception of calls on this investigation, they have learned that Said and Jerry worked as partners. Okay. 7269. Okay. Oh yeah, so we read that already when he told him to bring the 2 zips, and he said that he had a whole thing of South, right? I got this call is documented as section 118. The following is a transcript. Okay, here we go. So Jerry say, "Hey man, damn, I'm finna tell you bring me 2 zips if you got it." Said say, "Bro, it's on my habit. What you talking about, food?" Now I'm talking about South. I got a whole one on my habit. Shit, I gotta play on the what you call it. A play on the what you call it. Says say, yeah, you good. It's over there. Jerry say, all right. That is crazy. They purchased 6 gallons of acetone from Home Depot. Lord, it's a common ingredient used in the production of methamphetamine, as well as precursors for many other narcotics. From post surveillance, the officials knew that Jerry said met soon after at the Mojave Drive. They unloaded the acetone in cardboard boxes from Jerry Mercedes Benz. Yep, they stayed in there for hours. They just left out every few minutes and then went back in, baby. They dope, baby. They dope. This is crazy. All right, here we go. Another one. Say, shit, you got 2 zips for your boy? Say, shit, what you talking about? South? Okay, my bad, Rose. Who else? My bad. It say device not connected. It say your device not connected, Rose. Okay, there you go. What's up? Is somebody
So
else?
I don't know. I was gonna say though, when it comes to the dude that you were saying, you wonder who he is or whatever, with the angel in his name, I think that was his middle name or something like that. He
Miguel
they
Reyes.
yeah yeah. So I don't know if it's on Ratchet Panel or whatever, but they had brought it out that he was allegedly one of Three's managers before Rainwater or something like that, or doing Rainwater. I just one of his managers. So
Oh, okay.
that's
Let
who
me
he's supposed to be.
by his name. Allegedly, street manager. Because he had quite a few, I heard. So we'll definitely look into that, child. We'll definitely look into that. We got to February, and that's if they don't get another continuation. Yeah, I think I'd rather do this when I come on YouTube. You know. So yeah, so Jerry asking for the South. Yeah, he say yeah. Say shit yeah. Jerry say shit yeah. I'ma need them bitches. Say something Mojave. Jerry say all right, I ain't got no issue. Say that bitch been going dumb. Jerry say huh? Say I said this bitch going dumb. Jerry say hell yeah. Say that's what's up. Say what the South been doing? My Jared, he yawning, man. He ain't with that. She ain't woke up good yet. He say, shit, the South been doing good. Shit. South been doing been doing something. They say, hell yeah. Jared say, you know what I'm saying? Say, $50 a day, keep the bills paid. I think they was talking about 50,000. You know how long it take you to get 50 cents? Okay. So that's the probable cause to believe, hey, y'all ain't asked me if I wanted nothing. That's okay. Okay, we already did the amend the pre-trial. What is this? This in May. Amended pre-trial. Yeah, we did that too. Hmm? David, no man. Okay, so that was in February. What was this? Baby, they was just steady filing continuations, basically.
My best friend in jail.
Who's your best friend?
Maybe 8 counts for first degree
First degree what?
murder.
8 counts.
3 counts for first degree, and the rest was second degree attempted.
All of them attempted. Where he shot? What the fuck?
Except they on video
He on video.
shooting somebody else with 2 other people. But now they trying to blame him for the Winterfell thing.
What happened at Winterfell? Girl, y'all be giving me hemorrhoids. I ain't lying. Hold on, you take me too fucking fast, baby.
You ain't seen it on Urban Tales?
Beware the distraction team. Once you said Ratchet, our credibility is gone in my opinion. What?
It's okay, KMLB.
I don't watch that.
I think it's on Facebook. Well, you sent me the video.
Okay, so just hold on, baby. Just chill out. So October 30th for this year, Derek Hunter, Dinero, aka D Money. This was his superseding information for possession with intent. When that happened?
Well, I mean,
Just when he got arrested.
oh, a few days ago, like 2 days ago.
Yeah, baby. Y'all make my ass hurt.
Yeah, his bond like 4 million.
Yeah, I bet the fuck it is. Did you just hear what his charges were?
If you don't quit telling them kids they giving you hemorrhoids,
Them shit, they do, Rose. They do.
That's the boy who beat up Chad for me.
I used to be able to just whoop their ass, and now they groaning on their own and shit. So I gotta just bite my tongue. I can't try to make them do shit, and so it come out my ass. It do. Give me hemorrhoids. A final pretrial conference is set for January 2026. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, so he go to pretrial 2026. He ain't pleading. So said Jaquel, Quentin, and Derek go to pretrial in 2026. They just steady filing for continuance. Who's this? This Trap. Okay, I think this is our first Trap document, huh? This is May 2023. So that's just his scheduling. Pre-sentence report, September 23. Sentencing of the defendant is set for October 2023. Motions for downward departure be electronically filed. Okay. Let's see if they're gonna give us some. You can't what? Eat that? Okay. Seeks introduced to property market copies of such exhibits, for reporter, property mark, responsible filing party. If during the pre-sentence report it is determined that Texas Youth Commission records are needed, why would Texas Youth Commission records be needed? Why would they be needed? They ordered them to release the records pertaining to the defendant's social history, court disposition records, substance abuse treatment, psychological evaluations, mental health treatment records, educational records. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was boring. Notice, what was this? This May. Okay, he's pleading guilty. What is he pleading guilty to? Okay, I hereby declare my intention to enter a plea of guilty in the above case. All right. That's Trap. Trap, that's your signature? Boss, stop playing. Boss, stop playing. What this is? Jesus. Oh, he must be listening because he done sent me the articles for what you was talking about. All right, this is indictment. This the grand jury charge. Good, go sit down some goddamn well. Because if he ain't do it, that means you know how. You knew who did it. You don't know that. You shut up or your ass be downtown. Count one, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. So Trap Boy know he had that shit and he knew he wasn't supposed to. Man, you know, y'all. So that's the gun he had. Hold on, go talk to your uncle. Huh? He did. Well, don't worry about it. He called back. I'll give you the phone.
I said Uncle Nuclear.
Did I say Donnie? No. Damn it. Did I say Donnie? Did I say Donnie Moore? Dag nabbit Cooley. Did I say Donnie Moore? Doug Moore? I think I said Doug. Yeah, I think it was Doug. I think it was Doug Moore. Yeah, it was Doug. It was definitely Doug. It was definitely Doug. So he had a true bill. He had a true bill. That mean they definitely had enough evidence. So these was all his pre-trial motions. So this was funny when I saw this, right? Proposed Bior Dyer. I remember that from my own situation. I was like, okay, well, what the fuck he wanted to tell the jury? Mhm. So they just asking for exculpatory evidence. They want to list the witnesses. No, ma'am, you're not gonna come up here with that goddamn music. Thank you. Okay, you heard me? Okay. How you heard me and talking? Don't I hear him talking?
He was on there.
I know, but the nigga talking now. I don't hear him talking. So how the fuck is he responding to me? Stop texting me. Shit. Now I know I seen something that I want to show y'all. Shit. It was something that Trap had, baby. He had a list of his witnesses that he wanted. I think he had some. This is just the rules, right? That's it. This is just going through that. That's it. 88 Brown. Hmm. So this is warrant. So where you live? Meadowgate Drive. It is that Meadowgate Drive. They just be having all the public information, baby. All your shit just be right there. Now, what if we live with somebody? Now, you got my fucking address up there. You want a continuance? Okay, what do you want? It's a rain. Pled not guilty. Pending for trial for May. Mr. Moore has received material through discovery, while presently counsel is unsure as to what precisely the government will offer in its case in chief. Certain matters have manifested themselves through discovery so that counsel can identify them now and seek their exclusion at trial. Relevant facts. Can you please go get me some water? Please, daughter. Thank you very much.
If this tire is good now, I'm probably gonna get some right there. I'm gonna figure it out.
Girl, you better go get your ass in the bed. Shit. Defendant, well-known Dallas area musical artist who uses the stage name Trap Boy Freddy. The indictment in this case lists Trap Boy Freddy's stage name, Trap Boy Freddy, as his nickname or alias. Trapping is a slang term often used to refer to selling illegal drugs in order to make money. Trap boy is therefore often used to refer to someone who sells drugs for profit. They said his mere name is alarming. Mr. Trap Boy is also the CEO of his record label, Cool Money EMT. Some discovery materials refer to Cool Money ENT as a gang with no supporting evidence for such a label. The arrest in this case took place during a traffic stop while Trap Boy Freddy was driving home in his mother's car from a veterinarian's appointment. The firearm was found within a locked compartment of the vehicle. Nothing in the discovery regarding the defendant's possession of the firearm pertains to Mr. Moore's career as a rapper, his identification by eyewitnesses, or his record label. Based on the foregoing facts, defendants moved to strike his stage name, Trap Boy Freddy, from the indictment, preclude from trial any reference to defendant's stage name, Trap Boy Freddy, exclude from any trial evidence that Mr. Moore is affiliated or associated with any gang or criminal organization, and exclude from trial any evidence that his record label, CME, is a gang or criminal organization or is associated in any way with any gang or organized criminal behavior. The language in the indictment listing Trap Boy Freddy's stage name is irrelevant, inflammatory, and prejudicial. The inclusion of clearly unnecessary language in an indictment that could serve only to inflame the jury, confuse the issues, and blur the elements necessary for conviction is considered prejudicial. Use of a defendant's nickname or alias in an indictment is only permissible when it is relevant and probative with respect to identifying the defendant. Identity is simply not at issue in this case, and Trap Boy Freddy's career and stage name are entirely irrelevant to the charge. The name's potential association with illicit behavior could only serve to prejudice the jury. Okay? Accordingly, the portion of the indictment reading Trap Boy Freddy should be stricken from the indictment before trial. Permitting the use of Trap Boy Freddy's name at trial would be highly prejudicial and not probable. Okay. Identity is not the issue in this case. Does not dispute that he was the person driving the vehicle. The footage of the traffic stop. Okay. The members of Kaufman County. So he was out there in Kaufman County. He was out there in Kaufman. Who else was in Kaufman County? Lil Shaq. Lil Shaq was out there pissing in his pants in fucking Kaufman County. Sure was. Lil Shaq was out there scared to fucking death in Kaufman County. Okay? Sure the fuck was. So do you think Roast and Coolin were over here to distract? They want to exclude anything about CME being a criminal organization. There go his prayer. Who else we seen write a prayer? That was Lil Doug, wasn't it? That was Lil Doug, wasn't it? Wrote his prayer. He prayed that they take that shit out of there. All right. So that was that. We Trap Boy Friday. Oh, they want motion to suppress illegally obtained evidence. Okay. He was arrested March 30th, 2022 by Deputy Aaron Roth, Kaufman County, possessing a firearm and less than 2 ounces of marijuana. Indicted for knowingly possessing in and affecting interstate commerce, a Taurus 380, such cause. Okay, relevant facts. Okay, we already seen it. He was off Clemens Road, exit in Forney, Highway 80. He changed lanes, circumventing traffic, and noticed the laws right there. And he pulled over to the grassy area. He was already conducting a traffic stop on a different vehicle when he seen Trap Boy Freddy do what the fuck he did. Failed to merge. What, didn't have a front license plate. Okay. All right. Okay. Wait a minute. Body worn camera was activated the entire time because he was in the midst of another stop. The video disclosed the government begins well after the stop and the initial conversation between Ross and Trap Boy Freddy. Okay. He ain't mentioned nothing about the tent or the windows until about 45 minutes into the damn, they held him there for 45 minutes. I would have been pissed. Okay, what I ain't know. I got kicked off the internet. I don't know how the fuck I ended up kicked off the internet, but I did it. What the fuck I did? Lord have mercy, Jesus. All right, what the fuck we at? Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can't go ahead and get through this. Because if not, then I think I might just motherfucking that's a motion to suppress. I'm trapped. I don't give a shit. That wasn't interesting. Government exhibit list. Okay, so that's what all they say they got against Trump. Okay, that's what all they got against them. This is who the government wanted to bring on as witnesses. They got the deputies. Who the fuck is Tess Biggers? Special Agent Jones will testify about the vehicles and records associated with Tess Biggers and Devorius Moore. Interview with possible witness Desiree Lacey. God, when was the letter from the boy? When the fuck was the letter from the boy? Let me make sure. Let me just put this to the side. Because he went into Kaufman in March of 2022. That might answer why the fuck Shaq was scared. I'ma check. I'm gonna check later. Telephone conversation with Tess Biggers. Who's Tess Biggers? Okay. So Ms. Lacey was going to testify about her ownership of various vehicles used by others she associates with or is related to, including the various more Trap Boy Friday, and her knowledge that Trap Boy Friday smokes marijuana. Chicken Cat, get the fuck, get, where my gun? Yo, get your motherfucking ass out of my house. I know better. Now wait a fucking minute. Whatever.
Whenever you figure out your people at the place, I'll take that.
She gonna lay her ass down. Shit.
Mm.
I ain't even gonna get into trap questions and shit, cause whatever. Maybe later. Who the fuck is this for? Who's this for? I'm trying to get to Ray Ray. I'm trying to get back to Ray Ray. And then I'll be through. I'm through. Let me get back to Ray Ray. And I'm through. Okay, here go his witness list. Oh, Tess is his mama. Madam, did you see the relationships on the previous paper? Which paper? Who I need to go back? Lacey does desire Desiree, is that how you say that? Is that how you supposed to say Desiree Lacey? That's Trap Boy Freddie's sister. And then Tess Biggers is Trap Boy Freddie's mother. Is that the relationship you was talking about, Cooley? I may need to go on break after pissing on myself from you yelling, telling me to stop. Girl, look. No, you see it now, but it was on the earlier paper. Yeah, it was talking about this. It was that's I mean, is that the relationship that you was talking about? Cool in. Let me tell you something, girl. Who I told to sit down? I told you to sit down. Tonight. I ain't told you to sit down, girl. You talking about that motherfucking cat? I told that goddamn cat to get the fuck out of my house. I don't do no in-house cats. Oh yeah, cool. I see who Trap Boy Freddy, mother and sister is, and they was testifying. They gonna ride for their motherfucking nigga. Okay, waiver of indictment. Here we is. We at Ray right now. Let me exit these out. We exit out all these motherfuckers that we don't went down. Good Google them all. Good Google them all. See, that's what the ADHD, that situation of ADHD, this what it do to you. Cause why the fuck did I download all these motherfucking documents? Cause I'm no, and I'm thorough, and probably off of here over the next month. I'm gonna be going back over these motherfuckers, baby. I'm gonna have my index cards with these dates and these jails and these people names and the court reporters and all that shit. I will come back and be like, y'all, look what I done dug up. Look at what the cat dug up. Because I'm telling you, in my boy case, I motherfucking had to do it. Because the judge had to piss me off and I knew she had me fucked up. She was not adhering to the motherfucking legislation. So I need to know why the fuck she wasn't. I knew she was playing politics, but I need to know exactly what kind of motherfucking politics the bitch was playing. And I went and found it. And that motherfucking district attorney investigator said, "You trying to take my job?" No, I'm not. I'm just doing mine. I'm my children's investigator. I'm my children's motherfucking attorney. Yeah. Just know that. Know that. You hoe cake ass nickel. Oh man, did I just exit out of it? No. I was going so slow, y'all, because I was there you go. Okay, no, that's 24. Okay. All right, so I could X that out. Because Trap went March 2022. Lil Shaq was scared in 2024. Okay, so I could exit that out. Boom. Just like that. Without having to go back to it. Hey, crazy. I ain't gotta go back to it, y'all. That is not why Shaq was scared in Kaufman County, because Trap and Shaq was not even in Kaufman County. You welcome. They wasn't even in Kaufman County at the same motherfucking time. Okay? So how about that? How the fuck about that? I'm finna light me up another Newport, have me another drink of water. I probably need to get my little yoga shit, do me some stretches while I'm through. All right. So Lil Ray Ray has been informed that one count felony information has been filed, which causes Ray Ray of committing conspiracy to commit money laundering. Okay. This is him waiving his rights to a grand jury. He had Brandon McCarthy and Barrett Howell as his attorney. This is his plea agreement, the original plea agreement. And that's when they added your old lawyer, Mr. Scotty, to it. Okay, salute to Mr. Scotty. He is the lawyer, the previous lawyer for Ray Ray and our very own Cooler. We want to thank Mr. Scotty in this moment for getting our dude Cooler out of whatever the fuck he had did, okay? Because if he had not, old Mr. Scotty, then our dude Cooley would not be here fucking with us tough like he do in the Sonya quarters of American YouTube. Okay? Let's just be clear about that. Okay, so with his charge, right? They can impose an imprisonment for a period not to be more than 5 years, a fine not to exceed $250K per supervised release, no more than 3 years, $100 assessment, this, that, and the third. The parties agree that the appropriate term of imprisonment in this case is 5 years or 60 months. Okay. There goes $100. The defendant shall give complete and truthful information and or testimony concerning the defendant's participation in the offense of conviction. He gonna have to tell. He gonna have to tell, okay? So that's what they just wanted some of their money back. So they ain't gonna bring no more charges. We violated, fucked. He voluntarily pled. And that's just it. That's it. Let me get my mouse. Because I've been scrolling with this mouse pad and my motherfucking wrist feel like it's gonna split the fuck open. Just get the mouse though. Just Got a whole goddamn house pad. Just wrench over there and get it, baby. See, I ain't in my office. I'm in the living room. So things are not set up the way they should be for me to be sitting conducting this type of shit. And then I still want to go reach with the laptop. Okay. Elements of the offense. Okay, we already went through that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is what I wanted to show again from yesterday. Roast the toast. I hope you still in here. This is the part that you were asking about. This is the part that I was talking about, Rose. This is where I say it shows proof that Barnes, DPD, and ATF officers knew about the plan to assassinate Mo 3. Well, girl, what kind of ringtone that is? That must be a bitch. Is that a bitch out there with you, husband? Because that was your phone? What kind of ringtone that is? Who got a special ringtone? You ain't gonna answer? You ain't gonna answer because I'm on this good internet. Well, let's park it like that. Popcorn player. From in or around May 5th, 2020 to in or around March 22nd, 2021. Again, before, during, and thereafter the assassination of Melvin Noble. In the Dallas Division of the Northern District of Texas, Ray Ray, Person A, whoever that is, right? We haven't agreed to who that is, and others known and unknown, unlawfully, willfully, and knowingly did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree with each other to conduct and attempt to conduct financial transactions. We already read that. Ray Ray had practiced over there. This was September. September 3rd is when Person A introduced the DEA undercover agent to Ray Ray. In the months prior to this meeting, before September 2020, Person A sold illegal narcotics to this same undercover agent on numerous occasions and sought to introduce the undercover agent to Ray Ray. So Ray Ray could help her launder her organized her. I don't think I paid attention to that yesterday. Peaches, that's you. Peaches, you say Peaches. They say you was working with Barnes. Barnes was on this. Peaches, Peaches, come back. Peaches, come back. Peaches, come back. Peaches, come here right quick. Come here right quick, Peaches. Because if not, I'm gonna just set you in this position, girl. And it probably is a whole lot. But at this point, Peaches, is you the undercover agent? Peaches! Peaches. Okay, whatever. But it was a woman. Whoever the fuck this was that sold dope, that bought dope from Person A, who was the head of a drug trafficking organization, right? Was a woman. That's the fact without my opinion or perception in it. An undercover female DEA officer sold drugs to Person A, who was the head of a drug trafficking organization in the months prior to September 3rd, 2020, and was the undercover agent that Person A introduced to Lil Ray Ray. Person A vouched for Ray Ray's trustworthiness. Okay? And vouched for the undercover officer's trustworthiness. Okay? So they had dope money. All right. We already knew all that. During the meeting, they talked about this, that, and the third, about the money. We already knew that. All right. September 24th, first time he moved money. It was the first 100,000. October 19th, 22nd, which is Yellow Beezy's birthday. 23rd. Okay. These were all separate times that he did this. Okay. Again, this money came from to go 40,000 on the 7th of December. Hold on, let me make sure I ain't miss November. Here you go. November 23rd. Let me make sure. Yep, that's the first November date. So at the what the fuck bond reduction hearing, they were saying how 40,000 was transferred in the days after 3 deaths, right? November 23rd, 11/23, 300,000. But again, I say if this money was given to Ray Ray, the lawyer, from the female undercover DEA agent, then how can they say that there was yellow money? That don't add up, y'all. That theory is debunked. That absolutely does not add up. The money was given to Ray Ray by the undercover female DEA officer, and the money was supposed to be wired right after he cleaned it to the DEA undercover account. We saw that at Wells Fargo. That's what we saw. So I'm here you go right here. I'm just having a hard time trying to figure out how the fuck the agent's money became Yellow Bees' money. Okay? But that's all the 14 counts. He had 14 counts. It's not right. So let's myth buster that one, okay? All right, so that's that document. It's just giving details and dates. Now Ray Ray has quite a few of these. I did not get all of them, but the whole time after Ray Ray got arrested and before he got sentenced, Ray ass had them violated his pretrial release a few times, okay? Okay, he did. He just kept violating. I ain't lying. That nigga just kept violating. So the defendant must not violate. Oh, that's the report of violations. Right, all right. All right. So the defendant had committed a violation of unauthorized practice of law in violation of Texas Penal Code. So that's what they said his violation was. According to the information received, I think they told him while he was awaiting trial, maybe that was a part of the condition, that he couldn't act as an attorney. On April 23rd, 2021, the defendant began to represent Maureen Malone following her involvement in an automobile accident. Ray represented Ms. Malone until she terminated the defendant's services on December 18, 2021, after she learned Ray was a convicted felon. By September 2021, Ray appeared before Chief U.S. Justice Barbara Lynn and pled guilty to his one charge out of all the 14. On the same date, they accepted the defendant's resignation from the practice of law. Hold up. Wait a minute. Here we go, Petty Betty. Here the fuck we go again. So instead of him being disciplined or disbarred, he resigned from the practice of law. So he is absolutely not supposed to be practicing law. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He ain't supposed to be practicing law. He absolutely ain't fucking supposed to be practicing law. Okay, so that's what he got in trouble for. So they wanted to determine whether his conditions of pretrial should be revoked or not. The U.S. Attorney filed a motion to revoke the conditions of his pretrial release, consistent with the information contained in the foregoing report. Take such steps as are necessary to present such motion at the hearing thereof. He wasn't supposed to be practicing. Rearrangement hearing. So I think this is the transcripts that we was talking about, right? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, Courtney Coker, okay, in the defense, Brandon McCarthy and Jorge Solis and Scotty Allen. Mr. Howell, yeah, Mr. Howell's still on there too. Tracy Shelby was on there too. He had a team. Okay, so this was him taking the plea. Okay, so I think I brought this back up because I told y'all last night when we had our narrator Bertrand reading for us, the judge slow walked him. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. In the beginning, she had Ray Ray spell his name. She had Ray Ray spell his name, asking about his middle and everything. Now you fast forward, because we read this last night, and they asking about all his competency. They talking about his 14 counts and how it been down uh to one count of conspiracy. The judge again slow walking them. Did you read it before signing it? I did. Okay. Can you look at your signature? Yeah, Your Honor. Okay, that's not the proper spelling of your name, is it? No, Your Honor. It's not the proper spelling of your first name and not the proper spelling of your last name. So this judge is not them people in Dallas County, baby. She said you won't get off for no misspelled shit in my court. Oh, I ain't see that. Yes, ma'am. Okay, but that's your signature above it. It is. I would expect to be a little more careful. Proofread. Okay? So that's what's crazy. That was crazy to me. Also in this that I wanted to point out again, that we pointed out last night, that the judge made sure that she put that shit into evidence. She kept telling them that this shit here don't seem right. Something don't seem right. And he was like, please, judge, don't motherfucking read it out loud. Don't read what I agreed to out loud. Please, judge. Okay, so we stopped on 25 last night. That's where we stopped at. Right? So it also recites that you concede that you are guilty and after conferring with your lawyers have concluded that it is in your best interest to enter the plea agreement rather than proceed to trial, right? And say, yeah. Paragraph 15 uh, of this document, plea agreement, is a complete statement of your agreement, and I will add as modified by the plea agreement supplement. If there are no other agreements of any kind between you and the government, is that correct? Ray said, yeah. And the judge saying there's no promises or representations. Lord have mercy. I've been talking too long. Have been made by the government except as set forth in the plea agreement. Is that all true? Ray say yes. Do you wish to accept the plea agreement and the plea agreement supplement? Yes. Waive your rights. I do. Once you enter this plea, you fuck. I understand. Pleading to a felony, your conviction will very likely deprive you of valuable rights of citizenship. You understand that shit? Say, yes, I do. It's extremely likely that as a result of your conviction, you lose your license to practice law. Do you understand that? Yes, I do. Are you still practicing law? Not really, but some, which is crazy because we just seen that he wasn't supposed to. Are you going to advise the authorities through the State Bar of Texas if I accept your plea today that you have been convicted of a felony? Okay, wait a minute. Let me see the dates. So this was March 24th, 2022 at that revocation. We'll check the date on these in a second. Are there any issues? He said, yeah, he was going to let them know. Are there any issues that the government wishes for me to cover with Ray Ray? Government say no. Are there any issues the defense want me to cover with Ray Ray? Say no. By the court. Ray Ray, do you have any questions? Say no, I don't. During this hearing, to the questions I asked, gave responses, fully competent and capable of entering an informed plea. Okay. Having heard everything that I have, asked you, how do you plead? Guilty. All right. Find it knowing and voluntary to support it. And, okay. It's like, all right, I'll take that. Find you guilty. I know that a pre-sentence report will be prepared by the probation office. Ask you to cooperate fully with it. Okay. All right. Do we have someone from probation here? No. So, okay, I'll provide that information to your counsel as to who you should begin to contact.
I got a lot of news, I ain't going to jail tonight, nobody.
Sentencing will be tentatively February 17th, 2022. All right, now my mind bad. So that's March. Okay. So this was before this. So I guess that the pre-sentencing they had told him that he couldn't practice. All right. So that was that. All right. Court finds you by clear and convincing evidence. I have no objection to Ray Ray. Does not pose a danger. He is not likely to flee. They agree. The court so finds. Anything further? Not from the state. All right. We'll recess. Okay. So Ray Ray got found guilty. That was April 2022.
Yeah.
So what the
I said that I was going to be home. I was going to do
When
some
is
things
this?
around the
When is
house. Get things together,
you gonna come sit here on the phone so they can hear your personal conversation? This is okay, that's later this year. So this is the order. A motion for continuance. So they moved his reporting date to November 2022. Okay. He didn't have to come in till November. The boy had got found guilty in April. Ain't have to come in. I mean, in February, ain't have to come in till then. Forfeiture. So we already seen that. What the fuck is this? Okay, yeah, he had tried it. Defendant's motion for reduction of sentence. Ray Ray trying to come up out of there. Okay. Say, because he is 0 point. He won't come up out of there. That's what Ray Ray say. Say, yeah, he currently sentenced. No. Currently in prison because you violated. Survived. No. Is your case currently on appeal? No. Your offense gave it. Were you assessed any criminal history points? No. All right, so this is why he say that he need to come out of there. He completed RDAP. He have no disciplinary history. He got his CDL license, so he gonna be a truck driver when he get out. He received his national logistics certification. He received his certificate for parenting. He in a trustee position as town driver. So he get to move around. He get to move around. Ray Ray, baby. While he was in RDAP, he was elected as a senior leader and he received his forklift certification. So he gonna go to forklifting and truck driving and shit. Okay, that's what Ray Ray wanna do. He wanna get out early and he wanna be a truck driver, forklift worker. This is December 2023. This is motion for a downward variance. Okay, after 2 years. He was trying to get out after 2 years. Philip was given his first taste of a mere child of 6 years. Okay. He saw his child for the first time, despite the challenges of his upbringing, productive member of society. Baby, did you forget that you Lordy in the prison ministry? He hosts weekly Bible study lessons. His daily responsibility include transporting inmates to medical facility, airports, and other such locations. He has leveraged a theology degree. My lamb from glory. He wants to reform prisoners by teaching virtue and healing trauma. Okay. He did the victim impact, parenting, and art therapy through music and painting lessons. He received certifications in forklifts and logistics, studied for and passed his CDL. Lord have mercy. Certain currently incarcerated individuals be eligible for reduced sentences on February 1st, 2024. Okay, so that's just his request. That's his request. Okay, that's all the way in April. Baby, he steady want. Yeah, he's steady trying to get out of there, baby. He's steady trying to get out of there. Ray Ray trying to come home. This is the order. So this is what was so ordered. Upon motion of the defendant for reduction in term of imprisonment imposed based on the amendment found at adjustment for 0 point offenders made retroactive, it is ordered that he is denied. Ray Ray, ain't nothing, cousin. Ray Ray, you can't come home. Ray Ray, it's over with. Ray Ray, ain't nobody playing with you. Ain't nobody playing with you. Ain't nobody playing with you, Ray Ray. Hey, Alex. At this point, I'm sleep talking through these documents, Alex. I think we just about through. What is this? What is this? What the fuck is this? Is this the same thing? Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, that's the same thing when Ray Ray was lying about how to spell his name. What this is? Oh, that's the motion to revoke, right? Okay, so that's what we was talking about. That's the motion to this the transcripts from that motion to revoke because Ray Ray don't know how to stay out of trouble. The government's all right. We're here on the government's motion to revoke Ray Ray's pretrial release filed March 31st. Counsel make their appearance for the record. Right, we already know who they is. Okay, they talking about the mask and shit. Remain seated. How the court want me to proceed. It's the intention of the United States to show the court that the defendant has violated based on probable cause, and that after that make an argument of detention, although the burden will shift to the defendant if the court finds probable cause on one of the violations. So I wondered if the court wanted me to wait and make the detention argument later or make both arguments now. Let's be efficient and make them both and take them both up. All right, cool. We allege two violations of Ray Ray on the conditions of his release. The first being Ray Ray falsely held himself out as a lawyer in violation of the penal code. The second being unauthorized practice of law in violation of the penal code. See, that's what I'm saying, Pretty Betty. He ain't supposed to be practicing law. The first thing the government has to do show this court that there is probable cause to believe the defendant committed a federal, state, or local crime while on release. So that's where I'll start, Your Honor. I'll start with the facts that the United States believes shows there's probable cause to establish the two violations that I just mentioned. It was brought before this court on April 16, 2021 on a criminal complaint for money laundering. Your Honor agreed that the defendant be allowed to be out on the conditions of release. And one of the conditions of release that the defendant could not violate any federal, state, or local law 1 week later. Now, I will note for the court and wanted to point out that when Ray Ray appeared before the court, Attorney Tracy Shelby appeared with him. The court would just give me a moment. While you looking for that, the judge say, I see that Mr. Hayden done came. And because his client is in custody, I like to take a short recess on this matter. Before we get too far, let's handle that since it'll be a fairly quick and actually, why don't you all remain there? I'm going to have Mr. Hayden go to the podium with Miss Kalunga. All right, so they recessed for a second, did what they had to do. Did you find what you was looking for? Yeah, we're ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go. All right. To pick things back up, I was speaking about the initial appearance that occurred on April 16 when the defendant was admonished that part of his conditions of release would be that he not violate the laws while on release. And what I was about to get into next was on this date, an attorney by the name of Tracy Shelby made an entry of appearance of counsel. Now, the before indictment, the docket number was this. Okay, had the entry of appearance by counsel Tracy Shelby. I point that out, Your Honor, and I'm going to hand counsel opposite a copy of that entry appearance, and I have a copy if the court would. I got the docket. Thank you. Okay, cool then. It says Tracy is the attorney name, has the attorney bar number, got the PO box, then it has the email address, something, and it's blocked out.com. McCarthy. Judge, just for the record, we point out that this is new evidence, which was you had instructed would not be accepted. This was not in any other exhibit in the motion attached to the government's initial filing. Is they trying to say that the Tracy Shelby person ain't no real lawyer or something? And Your Honor, the government says, my response to that would be that the United States didn't get a chance to rebut anything that counsel opposite filed, and this is argument. And I think for the court to have a clear understanding of the entire situation, this type of evidence will be necessary. The judge say rebuttal evidence on a motion isn't typically allowed. I noticed that this appears to be an entry on the docket. So to the extent that it's in the record, you can argue. But I don't know that we need to belabor this. I think what this is going to come down to is whether or not there's probable cause to believe that a violation of the law occurred. So let's focus on that. The government say, all right, my position is that if counsel opposite, if the defense indicates that their defense is that he is a paralegal for Tracy Shelby and that she was part of his firm, this document shows that's not necessarily the truth. So it goes to the credibility of what their argument is. And I think that's directly on point. The judge said, all right, let's hear your argument then. The government said, okay, bet. So in any event, the phone number listed as, I have to write the phone number down. I could look later in the motherfucking list for shit. See if it's one of the phone numbers they had. Warm up my brownie. That's supposed to be Ray Ray. That's associated with Ray. Okay. This address is not the address of the Jackson law firm. What the fuck I did with my mouse? Okay. This is also not the telephone number for the Jackson law firm. And the email address doesn't show that Tracy Shelby has a Jackson law firm email address either. Thus, I point that out only to show, Your Honor, that when Tracy Shelby and the defendant claims that she was a part of the Jackson law firm, I'm not necessarily sure that that's the case, Your Honor. Also, if you take that name, bar number, and telephone number and look in the state bar and pull up Miss Shelby's entry that was certified on August 8th through August 5th, 2021, it says her firm is the Shelby law firm. And there's no mention of the Jackson law firm. So I point that out in contrast to the affidavits that are filed on both Ray Ray and Tracy. Moving on, Judge, a week later, after April 16, 2021, Maureen Malone signed a contract for the Jackson law firm, and she dealt with attorney Ray Ray to represent her in a personal injury claim. They signed the contract, and the Jackson law firm will receive compensation in the amount of 33 1/3% of any recovery made in the suit filed. At this time, the defendant did not inform Maureen Malone that he had criminal charges pending in federal court. Later, the defendant sent Judy Schlusslich a letter stating that the Jackson law firm and Judy Schlusslich was with Century Insurance, the insurance company that was responsible for the claim. The defendant sent her a letter on the Jackson law firm letterhead indicating that he is representing Ms. Malone and making a demand of $600,000 instead of the claim. This is part of Government Exhibit 2. I will point out to the court that in this letter on April 2021, page 2, Government Exhibit 2, there was a fax transmittal page in the Jackson law firm letterhead. And if the court looks at page 2, the court will see that this was a fax transmittal page, that the person that constructed the form at the option of the fax being from Ray Ray Jackson, from Laura Compton, Erica Burrell, and the box was checked from Ray Ray Jackson, attorney at law. I point that out because there's no Tracy Shelby box. Again, questioning whether or not the affidavits on this point are true or not. In any event, after the insurance company received that letter, Judy with the insurance company understood that this defendant was representing Maureen Malone in her suit and in her personal injury claim. The two started communicating with each other to settle Ms. Malone's claim. Fast forward, and from April to September, there just was a backwards or a back and forth of emails, just typical negotiations, typical asking of documents, etc., and so forth. And I won't get into those details, but on September 29th, Ray Ray pled guilty in front of Chief Judge Lynn to conspiracy to commit money laundering. And I'll remind the court that the facts of the case the defendant pled guilty to was the defendant was using his law office to launder money from who he thought was drug dealers. He was laundering the money through his firm account and also through his trust account. After the plea was taken, the court, Judge Lynn, let this defendant back out on the same conditions that you had said previously, the ones that I mentioned earlier. And after this change of plea, the defendant continued to represent Ms. Malone, and Ray Ray did not let Ms. Malone or the insurance company know that he was now a convicted felon. And then we move on to November 9th, 2021. The Supreme Court of Texas accepted the defendant's motion of resignation in lieu of discipline. Now, he signed it October 18, 2021, But it wasn't until November 9th, 2021 at the court the entire group met so that the order could be signed, accepted, and signed. And I specifically point out that the court ordered the defendant law license be canceled, that he be prohibited from practicing law, and that he not hold himself out or use the words attorney at law, counselor at law, or lawyer. He was also supposed to immediately notify his clients that he was no longer an attorney. He did not do that with Ms. Malone. He also did not let the insurance company know that he was not a lawyer, but yet he continued to communicate with both. And the defendant admits not ever having told neither party that he was no longer an attorney. Interestingly enough, what does he do after the November 9th date? Now, counsel opposite would claim how he was acting as a paralegal for Tracy Shelby, but his email to the insurance company after that date didn't say that. It says Esquire, his name, and then Esquire. Well, counsel opposite would say, oh, well, there's a national debate on that, and that he really ought not to be held, responsible that he used that term. That he wasn't really saying he was a lawyer. But I looked at the defense exhibit number 2 and I looked down at the paragraph 3, and it's interesting that it says in paragraph 3, in the United States, and this article talked about it. I'm sure the court understood that this was about a committee that examined the word Esquire, et cetera, and so forth. In this paragraph, it said the United States, the last sentence says, the only certainty that the committee stated is that based on common usage, it is fair to state that if the title appears after a person's name, that person may be presumed to be an attorney. And that's the point right there, Yana. When he puts Esquire on it and he think about it, because why do you go from what you normally sign, and then after the Supreme Court says you can't be a lawyer no more, why you decide to put Esquire? Why you put paralegal? I submit, Yana, that he wanted to do whatever it took to settle that case because he wanted his money. He'd worked up to that point for the fee. It was almost done, and that's why he do it. I think that's what that points to, Yana. And he does that again when he sends the W-9 form after he settles the case with the insurance company. So he does that Esquire thing 2 times, and both to the insurance company and both times at very critical moments. Again, he does not say he's a paralegal. He don't tell nobody that. He admits that he don't tell nobody that. Say he wish he would have told him, but he didn't. But what is the effect on the client? She think he's still a lawyer. She think he is. So does the insurance company. So they deal with him. After November 9th, 2021, with no knowledge of Ray Ray's status, Miss Malone and Miss Klushlish continue to deal with him as he holds himself out as a lawyer. He never told them he couldn't practice law. On December 16, 2021, the defendant called Miss Malone and the two discussed $22,500 offer that had been made. And as you can see from the exhibits, John, Miss Malone was surprised. She wasn't done with her doctor. He hadn't released her. She wasn't done with therapy. She had a broken shoulder. She didn't know how many bills she would have in the future. She didn't know what her future would hold. And she thought it was super, super strange that all of a sudden Ray Ray was calling her, quote, we got to get this case settled by the end of the year. There was a rush. And she says, well, I don't want to settle it. I want to get done with my treatment. But he pressured her and he kept talking to her. And then finally she reluctantly agreed to counter at $30K, even though she really didn't want to, but she kind of felt put on the spot. After that conversation, a conversation that lasted 19 minutes, Ray Ray called the insurance company and called her back. There were 8 minutes between the time he hung up. I want to get that right because I want to make sure. The defense judge, again, repeatedly, new evidence presented to this court that was not in his motion. I'm just putting that on the record. Judge, I'm going to let you point that out when the government. The call with Ms. Schlushlish, the first call started at 2:35, lasted 19 minutes. That meant the call ended at 2:54. Ray Ray, after 2:54 p.m., calls the insurance adjuster, settles the case for $30,000, then calls her back at 3:02 and says the case has been settled. And then at 3:13 p.m., he sends the email with the W-9 for the law firm. Now, I point out that time, Yana, because in the affidavit filed by Ms. Shelby and the defendant, they claim Ms. Shelby supervised that and she supervised the offer. That argument that doesn't have any merit by Yana, there's no way that she supervised that. There's no way that she would have known. And then if she did, it would have been after it was settled. The time, Your Honor, it just point out that because they're asking you to believe something, that facts, it don't look right. It ain't right. It ain't right worth good, goddamn, Your Honor. They with that bullshit. They is with the bullshit. Okay? They is with the bullshit. They say see attached for the firm. Okay? So that's what he's saying. That's his whole argument, right? That's his whole argument. So the Ray kept practicing when he wasn't supposed to motherfucking practice. That's his whole argument. Shit. Nah, I'm not going over all of it. I'm not. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it for my members. I'm just not. I do appreciate y'all being members, but I'm just not gonna roll about it. I'm just not. You know why? So I ain't getting no more money today. So I ain't. You know, money make me anything. I ain't getting no more, so I ain't doing it. Let's see what this is. Violation of, okay. Yeah, that's when he had violated again. Pull this up. And you know what else I thought was very motherfucking peculiar? And this is the end of it. We is at the end of it. Where we at? 4 hours? How long we been up? How long we been in this bitch? 4 hours and 11 minutes, yep. So this is what I thought very peculiar. Oh, Kiwon, Le Kiwowo, and Le Devin. You go to look up they shit in the feds. They also have an associated case attached to this that's under seal. Everything about it is under seal. Every single thing about it is under seal. Yeah. It's one thing about trap GRC people. Devin, they don't be wanting nobody to know what they did to get out of jail. If you stand up nigga, why you give a fuck? If you a stand up nigga, what you scared of? Why you scared? Why you scared? What are you scared of? All right, so this is July 19th, 2019. I had to deal with that. He had a gun, he had dope. That was that indictment. He had a true deal. Grand jury say bitch you guilty. This is 2021. He pleads guilty to 2 counts of the indictment filed on December 8, 2020. And those charges were conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Okay, so this is sentence for that. Okay, so we got 80 months. What's 80 months in years? Can you ask your Google file, baby? Only reading. Hey Siri, how many years is 80 months? 6 years. So 6 years. You ain't do no motherfucking 6 fair years. One concurrent. All right. So that's that. And that's all his different case numbers. Okay. Let me see. It's the intent for the defendant to receive a sentence adjustment to account for any time that the defendant spent in the state custody beginning July. Okay. Okay, so he had already spent 6 months. Will not credit. That the Bureau of Prisons will not credit it. The court wishes to adjust the defendant's federal sentence so it runs fully concurrent with any future state sentences imposed. Well, ain't that something? Ain't that something? I didn't know the feds did that. They say his sentence can run fully concurrent with future state sentences. Hmm. So he can have credit for time served in federal custody prior to sentencing from November 20th, 2020, when he went to jail for 3. He's remanded in custody of the United States Marshal. He got a sweet motherfucking deal too. And when he come home, he got 3 years on paper. Gotta get his DNA. We already seen that. He got an outpatient program. That's it. That's it. Got a $200 assessment, $100 per charge. That's it. That's crazy. We need their lawyers. This key one is from December 2020. Firearm, 5 felon. This is indictment. That's what he got a forfeit. $9 million he had. True bill. Said they had enough evidence. Oh, Jerry Lynn again. Oh, trap. So yeah, that's it. That's it. You say you want to let Trap out. Say he's not likely to flee or pose danger to nobody else. Say he been in compliance. So they let him out. He had 16 months. He did 6. Federal. He did 6 federal. He did 6 federal. Just that. Just that, child. Now, what y'all think about that? Yeah, y'all know me. You don't, you should. I did this part because I want require nothing else. I require nothing else. But I was coming up from my phone. I'm in the wrong studio. It's time for me to close it out. I guess I'll look over the court's portal and compare. And I don't know. I gotta see how I feel, y'all. I don't know. Today just ain't it. I ain't got the energy today. And I'm on 60 milligrams right now. 60, I've ingested 60 milligrams of methamphetamine. Ain't that what it is? And I'm still sleepy as fuck. I'm tired as hell. I slept last night. I don't know. I guess I started too early, too emotionally this morning. And yeah, that's it. Now, is anybody coming to fuck up here? Anybody got any motherfucking thing to say? Ray Live, I already cool. Um, I think that any deeper dive I do though, cool. I think I'm gonna do what y'all, cause y'all did vote, right? The members did vote, and y'all did say that y'all feel like all ranch holders should be members, right? So I think I'm gonna make that adjustment. Um, After I get off of here, so that our members only lives could really be members only. I want to at least give y'all that exclusivity as an incentive because if you don't give that exclusivity that you tell YouTube you're gonna give, you motherfuckers could just hit me like this bitch don't be doing what she thinks she gonna do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to do that. Thank you, Melanated. You been here the whole y'all been here the whole time for real? Y'all really been in here the whole time? I appreciate it. I do. I really do. From the bottom of my heart. That's why I stay. I do. I stay for y'all. I fuck with y'all. Y'all fuck with me. Cause if I wasn't fucking with y'all fuck with me, baby, I would have been just ended it, just hung up. Be well, stay safe, and get some rest. Yeah, my daughter and my husband in here snoring. I'm looking at both of them right now. One in the recliner, one on the couch. Baby, they got their mouths hanging open. This show look good to me. I'm gonna be just the fuck like them. I need the Pharaoh to get him another bitch, whether it's a real bitch or a man bitch. But I do not like Duke going back to these motherfucking bath lives. I just don't. Absolutely do not. That is disgusting. It is fucking disgusting. Um, I really, really, really do want to see, but I'm gonna give me some rest first, cause I'll be looking, be fucking cross-eyed and shit. But I really want to see if these phone numbers and addresses are in this Texas court portal. I really want to see that. Y'all want to see that? Y'all want to know that? Yeah. Make it through my workday. I'm off now. Okay, big bed. All right, big bed. Edie, shooter, where you at? Shooter, where you at? Sniper, sniper, where you at? Sniper, where are you? Are you in here too? Let me see. I just really want to see. I think the people in here now might be the original. It ain't but 10 people in here. I see Cooley, Blended, and Melanated Queen drop down. I would really like to know who the fuck the rest of them is. Okay, I see who one of them is. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so that's four of y'all. Mm-hmm. Who the fuck the rest of y'all is? Crazy. Okay, Pineville. All right, that's five of y'all. Got six more looking motherfuckers. Who are you looking? Who are you? Thank you very the fuck much. I am TT. Not, not that I'm. Never mind. Fuck. That wasn't for y'all anyway. That's what I'm saying, baby. When I get sleepy, I need to wake the fuck up. What I need to do? That's what the fuck I need to do. Everybody's snoring, and I need to wake up. I'm gonna have. Hey, Miss Thing 214. Okay, you in this bitch? Right. Roll call. Roll call. Shake, shake, boogie, woogie. Roll call. Roll call. Shake, shake, boogie, woogie. I don't know, y'all. I might be ready to. I might be ready to troll. I might need to get a good trolling out to reverse this energy. You know, because that's not really how I feel inside. Ain't nothing wrong. I just feel kind of heavy. I don't know. I think it's because I woke up early and emotional. So I think I just need to troll. Because why do I feel tired and I ain't did shit? I ain't did myself shit. I've been on here with y'all since 11. So, shit. Where can I go troll? Y'all drop me some links so I can troll. Them other nosy motherfuckers did not want to say they was in here. Mm. Drop me some links so I can troll, y'all. Do y'all want to go on Twitch? Y'all want to do Twitch or y'all want to stay over here? What y'all want to do? Them didn't open. Right, right. Let's just freaking see. Let me see. I don't know if a real nigga responds or not, but I know that we are on. What Cooling took her knot head ass at? Whoa, that bitch here, but I'm listening and working. That bitch was in her G string, face down, ass up, looking in the mirror, and the mirror just fell on that whole head. Fell on her head. That's usually something. Where's Dubs? Where the fuck is Dubs? Have y'all seen our Dubs? Convicted violent sex offender mistakenly released, turns himself in Memphis. What the hecky Becky? What the hecky Becky? Do Twitch, it lets you know who in your bushes. Okay, big. My guy has spoken. My guy has spoken. Well, no, it don't let you know. You know how I know that? I know that because I be watching them from my browser. I be watching them from my browser like a motherfucker. Shout out to all of y'all who have been supporting this whole motherfucking time. I fuck with y'all. I went straight to Instagram, checked my messages, and forgot that I was supposed to be messaging Bill. Let me call my stupid ass to sleep, bro. Bye, y'all. I'm gonna keep it on members only until I get y'all there in the morning.